Can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I think I had myself on mute. So, okay. Got it.
You're there. Hi, everybody.
Hi. Let me see if I can blur my background. I'm not in my normal space. So I've got like antlers on the wall and I've got very crazy in here. Let me see if I can do this.
Okay, and I think I've got my
that's better.
everything. Okay, muted. Okay. Okay.
How's everybody doing? I feel like this is the most quiet I've ever seen people. Is it just me?
It's spring semester. We're all trying to stay alive.
It is. Yeah, spring semester. That'll do it. Especially this particular spring semester. I'm just gonna say.
Yeah.
It's a little more intense than even usual. So
and everyone has spring break coming up. I don't know how that works because every school I've heard is very different on when it is and if folks are off or not. I'm sure in this magical season, there's not a lot of people trying to take off. It's got so much going on.
All right, so we get started?
Yes.
All right. Well, thanks everybody for joining us today. I really appreciate everybody making it in. We do have a few members that couldn't join today, so I know, that's because of lots of good reasons, but everyone is really swamped. So I super appreciate you taking the time to spend some time on this. So we'll call the meeting to order. I do need to call roll really quick. So we can just make sure we know who's here. So when I call your name, if you'll unmute if you're muted and just say yay or here or hello or whatever. Rochelle.
Here.
Thank you. Cecilia.
Here.
Leah.
Here.
That was a puppy dog saying here. I love it.
It's not mine, but here.
Somebody's puppy dog. Okay, good. Puppy dog here. Okay. Deshay. I think I saw Deshay.
Here.
Thank you. Jackie Adler.
Here.
Hi, Jackie. Mary Escobar. All right. Heather.
Here.
Michelle Hill.
Here.
Jackie.
Here.
Gabby.
Here.
Thank you. Linda.
She'll be here shortly. She's finishing up another meeting.
Perfect. Thank you. Rebecca. Erica Ramos. I think I saw Erica.
Here, yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Let's see. Oh goodness. Beth Tolan.
Here.
Thanks, Beth. Gilbert. And let's see. Denise.
Here.
All right. Cool. Thanks, guys. So I just want to make sure I welcome specifically anyone who's joining us on the live stream on YouTube. Really appreciate you participating today. Just a few quick reminders. We are live streaming, so keep that in mind. Since everyone is remote today, we have a virtual meeting. Please stay muted unless you need to talk, unless we want you to talk, of course. But keep muted if you don't have the floor. I will try really hard to watch for the raise hand feature, so use that. But if I don't see you, do jump in if you need to. Committee members, financial advisory committee members, please do keep your cameras on as much as possible. I know, sometimes you need to turn them off, but do, try to remember to keep them on as much as possible. Let's see. Oh yeah, reminder not to use the online chat feature in Zoom because the folks live streaming can't see that. So having discussions on that platform is not helpful. So let's, just make sure you say it out loud. Okay, so next thing is just consideration and approval of the minutes from the last meeting. Hopefully you had time. Renee did send those out. Thank you, Renee. Last week. So if you had a chance to review those, are there any questions or corrections that you spotted that need to be made to last meeting's minutes? Okay, hearing none, we will consider the minutes approved. So got that done. Oh, I do want to mention we have one adjustment to the agenda today. And we're going to sort of flop the slots for the data collection subcommittee. which is Beth. We're going to flip that with the TASFA update from Denise Welch. So we're just kind of flip-flopping those. So if that doesn't make sense, let me know. But that's just to accommodate some scheduling that we needed to do. So just FYI. Okay, so next on the agenda is prior business. Leah.
Thank you, Millette. Quick check-in just on my side. The audio is a little wonky. And so one, can y'all hear me? And two, is the audio okay for everyone else? And because Millette, when you were talking, it was kind of crackly. And so I didn't know if it was just my computer because I've been having a lot of issues the last couple days. Is it?
Well, I can certainly hear you fine, but you guys tell me if I need to.
Now it sounds fine.
I can hear you fine, Millette.
I was gonna say,
Okay.
I'm hearing the same thing Leah's hearing. Millette sounds pretty crackly.
Oh.
Well, I don't want to sound crackly.
It sounds good now. It sounds fine now. Okay.
It does, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll proceed. But if I need to, during one of the breaks, I can, turn off and turn back on or whatever I need to do. So thank you for that.
Sure. Okay. So prior business, the only thing that I had flagged on this particular meeting was to circle back on last meeting's discussion on the proration of SAI. It came up as a, hey, is there any exception because the Department of Ed has changed from going from EFC to SAI. They used to have a little proration chart on the back of the ICER, which I'm sure a lot of your softwares would allow you to modify your packaging based on kind of that modified EFC amount. When they switched over to the SAI, they no longer have that proration. They're just issued an SAI. It is what it is. And so the question came up last time from various people. We had a conversation kind of talking it through, and Beth Tolan was nice enough to send me a write-up of it, and I kind of routed it around and got some feedback. And so I wanted to circle back on that one because our rules do not allow for anything like that. There's nothing statutory that would allow us to issue out kind of separate guidance unless we were to change the rule. And it's my understanding that at this time they're looking at the possibility of changing that in the future. Doesn't mean they will. But the reality of changing a rule only to revert back to another rule is it takes a long time. And I think that we want to see what happens with the SAI since this is the first year. I've been told that there is no proration. We align with the federal methodology, and that's kind of the direction we're going to go. So one, I wanted to circle back and kind of communicate that out, but I'm working with Deshay's team on a communication notice to make sure that, people who don't join FAAC, they're not going to just magically know this, right? So we're working on coming up with a notification just to kind of give people a heads up, just to reassure people that they understand how to proceed with this SAI concept and that there is no proration. So one, I wanted to just give a quick recap in case anyone missed it or if anyone's watching on kind of what the concern was. And then I'd like to just open it up for a couple of minutes to make sure that the two things that we're going to put in the notice are the things that you feel are the most important. And then if there's something that we're missing, because I wanted to wait until I talked to you guys, you all, to make sure that that notice is as comprehensive as it can be, even though we plan to make it as straightforward and limited as possible. It really is the issue came up that students that are attending either one term or potentially in the summer, like students that are about to graduate, in the past, you could reduce their cost of attendance. You could use their associated expected family contribution to come up with their financial need. With the SAI not being prorated, now you've got these students that are approaching graduation or in a one-term situation where their SAI, if it is high, it could knock them out of eligibility. So the question came up, can we prorate? Can we do that? And unfortunately, the way that the programs work is that because we align with the federal methodology, that would be the same for state programs as well. Now, again, this is for your higher SAI students that have the typical like a 0 previous zero EFC students should not be affected by this, but the ones where the SAI kind of goes up the chart, we do anticipate seeing that. So you will need to start thinking about how to plan for that, how to communicate those things. But this is, just like any change that Department of Ed makes and our state programs kind of follow suit, this is that same concept. So the additional question that kind of came up from that is, well, we know that in certain circumstances, it's going to get flagged as an error on a reporting, because there's going to be times where you may package someone and the student leaves. And so you've given them a state award based on eligible criteria. Eligible SAI had nothing to do with proration, but now when they've left, you've had to adjust that down. And in turn, it will likely cause some kind of reporting flag that will come up. And so the notice that we plan to send out will just address the fact that just like anything else, we'll have an exception. There's a whole list of exceptions that are already on the FAAC report. And so again, working with Deshay, we're making sure that we can identify which exception you would use and make sure that when the time comes for reporting that we have that available. So that wouldn't be in the notice now. We're not going to say, use this code now, because the reporting is for 24-25 and that is future facing. But it's at least to reassure people that, one, we're aware of it, two, we're working on the reporting piece, and three, just so that they know that the proration is not something that you can do at this time. Now, depending on how it evolves, of course, we'll continue to look at it. If you have feedback or anything you ever want to bring up, we're going to be talking about this later in the meeting, but this is really the forum to do that. If you have major concerns about the state programs, the area that I oversee now is responsible for helping to get those messages up, and so that we can send them forth. Doesn't mean that we can always make change, but we can always help voice those challenges, roadblocks, or anything like that. So I did a lot of talking. I want to stop because we're trying to stay on track with our agenda. But before we move on, what questions or any feedback you want to provide so that that notice is as clear and helpful as possible?
So just to clarify, what I think I heard you say is, the ability to prorate an SAI as we have prorated EFCs is not an option. We are not allowed to prorate an SAI for purposes of state, well, for any purpose, but for purposes of state aid. And so what you would like to hear from this group is, it seems to me what this group could be helpful to you would be, one of the ways is that maybe not right this minute, but over time, if there's not an appetite right now to change that rule, if we can relay evidence or stories back to you guys through the next year that illustrate the different ways in which students are impacted by that, by the difference in an SAI versus an EFC and the proration, that might be helpful over time if there's consideration to change the rule later.
Yes.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Absolutely. Because right now, I mean, it's just like anything. When something shifts, you think it out and you're like, okay, you jot down all the things that it's going to impact. And then you get into it more and you're like, oh, there's this other thing I didn't even consider, or there's this scenario that we didn't think about. And the reality is, like, because we do our alignment with Department of Ed for a lot of our, how we administer our programs, it's just like anything else. They're being affected by the fact that even with Title IV, you're not able to prorate that SAI. It's going to have impacts. So not only tell us about it, but how it affects Title IV or anything else, you can route that up to your channels through the Department of Ed as well, because they need to know that. And I think that they've heard it from a lot of different places at this point, but having that reinforcement of, like, here are all the scenarios in which we lost, these students lost their funding and we had to come up with other options, or, it altered their journey to complete their education, whatever the case is. Having those is always very helpful. for them and for us. See,
Gilbert?
You're on mute, Gilbert, if you're there. Maybe you're having technical issues. I don't see your face either, so I can't tell if you're.
I know if you're struggling. I did get an email from Mary Escobar. She is in the meeting but keeps losing audio. If anyone else is having that problem, could you please let me know that right now?
Millette Gilbert said he's unable to unmute. I guess that's why he.
All right.
I don't have that magical power. I totally unmute you, but
I don't either. Renee, are we able to unmute people?
I am trying to unmute him.
Okay.
Let's see. If it's gonna
another
let me.
option, Gilbert, is just drop off real quick and rejoin. Sometimes it's just, purely a connection thing. I do know once upon a time in Teams when you would mute someone else, like if there was background noise, then they had trouble unmuting themselves later. Just throwing it out there. So maybe try that.
Okay.
So Gilbert, we can always circle back. We have gaps in the day, but or if you feel more comfortable emailing me anything. But the idea here is that we've got the guidance that we will not be doing any kind of proration because our rules don't really allow for something like that. We're waiting out to see what Department of Education is going to do as we go through this FAFSA simplification journey. But the notice will address that there is no proration in our rules and that we are looking at reporting options so that when the time comes, you have that ability to not get a ton of errors. Again, I don't know that this is going to be a huge impact anyway, but just preparing you so that you have those tools. So, Mary, I see your hand up. Maybe she's there. We can't hear you if you're there, Mary. All right. Well, just for time purposes, we'll just kind of push forward here, Millette. Let me see.
Yeah, we can circle back. And if Mary and Gilbert, get back in and things are working better, we will circle back to that later. Next on the agenda is John Wyatt, External Relations Update.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Great. Good morning, everyone. John Wyatt with External Relations at the Coordinating Board. So I'm going to give a pretty quick update. Not a lot to talk about right now, but this is probably the last time there won't be a lot to talk about. So the most recent activity we've had that's going to be very impactful for this next session is, as you know, we had primary elections in Texas earlier this week. All of the House seats and half the Senate are subject to election this year. And what we saw, particularly in the House, was a number of incumbent House members who either lost their primaries outright or were forced into runoff elections that'll take place in May. That includes the Speaker of the House, Dade Phelan, as well as the House Higher Education Committee Chairman, John Kemple, will both face runoff elections in May. So that adds kind of an unknown element to how things are going to look come this time next year during the session. Obviously, there will be some new members. And potentially there could be many more new members. There could be new leadership in the chamber. So, that's all to be determined. The Senate looks to be much more stable from that perspective. What we will see coming up, hopefully pretty shortly, is the chambers will release their interim charges. We do expect the Senate, I've heard probably by the end of this month, will have theirs out. Again, in the House, I think there's some uncertainty that may play into that. But interim charges are charges to the committees of each chamber to look into specific items to investigate, collect data, and potentially make recommendations for what the legislature might wish to do on those issues in the session. So as an agency, we will be working with the relevant committees, Senate Education, House Higher Education, to provide data and information to help provide analysis and to inform those committees as they investigate their interim charges. Typically, what they'll do is they will have hearings through the summer, maybe into early fall. And then they will produce a report to the full legislature with their findings and their recommendations, if any. So once those interim charges are out, we'll certainly get a sense of kind of where the priorities might be for leadership in terms of what higher education issues they want to focus on in the session. And then, as always, kind of our focus at the agency in regards to the session is to provide the legislature with information, analysis, and perspective that can help inform their decision making. So we work very closely with your institutions, with their governmental relations folks, to provide perspective and analysis to the legislature, and to make sure that they're aware of kind of what are the implications for the decisions they're making, what are potential impacts, what are potential maybe unforeseen impacts that various bills and decisions could have. So that's kind of the quick update on where we are. As I said, next time we'll have a better sense once those interim charges are out and those interim hearings have begun, kind of about where we see the legislature going and what we can expect when they convene in January of next year.
Sorry, forgot I was muted. Anyway, I was talking. Thank you, John. Appreciate your time as usual. Any questions for John right now? I think next time we see John, we will have all kinds of things to talk about. So
looking forward to it.
All right.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us.
Great. Thank y'all.
See you next time.
Thanks. Okay, next on our agenda is a presentation. I believe Erica Norris is joining us from the coordinating board, a presentation about the manageable debt calculation.
And before Erica starts, since we're a couple minutes early, I'm going to butt in and just quickly give a quick reminder that the reason that we are having this presentation was actually something that came up last meeting. People were asking a little bit more about how it's calculated, what is the communication path, the different things that have come up as a result of, implementing the manageable debt for the college access loan. And so this was something that we coordinated so that we could answer your questions about the process. I know that Erica has been instrumental in rolling out manageable debt. It's been a fast-paced initiative for Cal. It also exists on our forward loan program. So I will turn it over to Erica, but I just wanted to make that reminder that, last time we brought up some concerns that people just had questions. And because we do different trainings at different places, not everyone is always connected to some of the procedural or policy pieces. And so this was an opportunity to kind of share how it works and to be able to answer y'all's questions. And it also helps us identify things that we need to work on. So Erica, hopefully you're there. I know we're running a few minutes early, but I'll turn it over to you.
Hello, good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yay! This is my first time at this committee. So hi, everybody. I'm Erica Norris. It's so glad to see everybody. And I've met with Heather. I met with a few of you guys already. And so it's great to see everybody in this committee. Well, I'll be talking about the famous manageable debt calculations. So there is a presentation. I just want to let you know, so there have been some changes. I know we sent out a the presentation, but there has been some, we kind of flop some slides around. So obviously you can still follow along. I'm going to share my screen, right? I can share my screen. Okay. Share my screen. And then obviously you do have the PowerPoint, and we'll send an updated PowerPoint, the PowerPoint that I'm using at the end of this meeting. Okay, so let me try. You see it?
Yep. Looks good.
All right. Handy dandy glasses, your reading glasses, you got to put them on. All right. So, hello, my name is Erica Norris. I am the manager at Financial Aid Services at Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. I work directly with this student applications and school certification process. Today, I'm going to go over the manageable debt calculations, also known as MDC. This MDC is for the CAL and the forward loan programs. During this presentation, if you have any questions, please jot them down. There will be some time at the end of the presentation to ask any questions. And obviously, if you have any during, I think because it's live streaming, we can try to get them as we can see the hands. Just some background, MDC was adopted by Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board in 2023. The purpose of the MDC and the goal is to build a talent strong Texas, and for students to graduate with a manageable student loan debt, meaning that their monthly loan payment is no more than 10% of their gross earnings, and that they can pay off their student loan debt within 10 years. The manageable debt currently is only affecting the two loan programs, which is the College Access Loan, or CAL, and the Future Occupation Reskilling Workforce Advancement to Reach Demand, or for short, FORWARD. I didn't make that one up, so. So let's go and just talk. I'm going to briefly just kind of go over the two loan programs just to make sure that, we have some basics of the two programs that's being affected. The first one we're going to talk about is the College Access Loan. The CAL program, it's the current rate right now is a 5.85%. Must meet a credit-worthy or have a credit-worthy cosigner, and cannot exceed MDC determined by THECB. There is a link on these slides that you can click on to get more detail of the program guidelines. With the CAL MDC program levels, and what program levels mean are like the degree plan or their certificates. MDC affects all undergraduate and certification programs. The student cannot borrow more than what THECB determined as the maximum manageable debt based on a specific program level and their outstanding student loan debt. Please note, graduate programs are not subject to the MDC review. However, the application and the certification process is still the same. So they still go through the same flow, the new flow that we have. But we won't be doing any of the calculation parts. So let's talk about the forward loan program. Again, we're just going to briefly talk about that as well. So with the forward is also has a current interest rate of a 3.85. It also cannot exceed the MDC determined by THECB, and it must meet some additional enrollment requirements, which is a little different from the CAL program. So with the forward program, the student must be enrolled in a degree plan, must have completed at least 50% of their required coursework prior to receiving a loan through the program, or the student must be enrolled in a non-degree program, and the program's duration must be less than 2 years. Or lastly, the student must be enrolled in a master's degree coursework. The master's degree must be part of a combined baccalaureate master's program approved by the institution of higher education. There's also a link on this page as well that will give you more details of that program guideline, the program forward guidelines. When it comes to the forward MDC program levels, there are 5 degrees or certification program levels eligible for the forward, and it's specific to completing no more than 2 years. So here's the list of them, and you can get the complete list. So it's going to be energy, nursing, patient care, teaching, technology, transportation, logistics. There you can get the complete list because, you know, obviously, like under energy, there's specific codes, SIP codes, or subcategories that are listed under energy that qualify. So not every program under energy qualifies. However, if you click on this link provided on this slide, you'll be able to get all of the subcategory programs that are eligible for forward. Next, let's talk about the loan certification process. So that did change because of MDC. So let's just talk about, or let's briefly review over some small minor changes. So what we're going to talk about with the certification, some of the changes that were made was the program of study, the SIP code or the subcategory, grade level, certification eligibility, the HelmNet checklist, and manual loan certification process. Also, you know, we're briefly going to, oh, give me a second. I think, we're going to briefly go over this. I'm sorry. Nope. I got a message saying that Gilbert has a question. Hold on. Gilbert, sorry.
Sorry about that. Just
no
before I
worries.
forget here on the forward program, I
Yes.
noticed you had some target industries. I was just curious if manufacturing, advanced manufacturing comes into comes under technology, or is it considered as an eligible program area?
Advanced what?
Advanced manufacturing or manufacturing.
Do you happen to have, so we can look at that, but do you happen to have the SIP code that's associated with that program? Because that's really what it's kind of, how it's kind of designed, is it's related to the SIP
Yeah.
code, the program.
I don't have it offhand, but I can probably get something.
Sure.
I mean,
Yeah, we can look at that.
offline.
Yeah, if you're
I was
able
just
to.
curious. If you,
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
I'll shoot you a note.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Good question. Any other questions? And again, sorry, I don't have because I'm sharing, I don't have so thank you, Tanisha, for letting me know there was a question. Any other questions before we continue? Right. So, yes, so on this, we're going to briefly go over the checklist changes because this also was addressed in more detail. There was a webcast back on August 30th of 2022 if you wanted to check that webcast out. So let's talk about the first one, which is the program of study. The program of study is used to determine the maximum manageable debt for the borrower based on their degree program. So the refined program category and subcategory dropdown box allows institutions to search and select the appropriate program category or the subcategory. As we talk about subcategory, some of you guys will relate to it as a SIP code. So you could get, when we're talking about subcategory, we also use the terminology of SIP code. So those are matching the same. So if you hear me say SIP code, or if you hear our office talk about what's your SIP code by email or communication, that's what we're asking for, the subcategory. And so when you use the refined search and let's say the subcategory is 49.01 and you type that in, it would highlight the program that is under. Or if you already know the program that it's under, you can go ahead and use this box, the program category highlight, and select it. We did receive feedback from institutions that using the refined search was a little easier to locate because sometimes the summary of these categories, for example, I'll give one. There was an Air Force pilot is some type of course that they were taking, and that's really nowhere here, and it is under it's under the industrial arts consumer services, but by them selecting or using the zip code, it would automatically direct them to the correct program or where it's listed on our records. And so if you're having difficulty, if you're not able to locate the program of study in this box highlighted in red, you can always use the refine search, and then it'll highlight the correct program of study that you need. And then once you select your program of study, then a drop-down box comes down, and then you'll be able to select that zip code or subcategory associated with that program. Let's talk about the changes to the grade level. Just briefly, the grade level, it is important. I mean, obviously we still have it, but the grade level is also helps us determine if there's a MDC that's required to be reviewed. And so we do need for that to be updated along with the normal, the select enrollment status, academic period. And this is a way for you to double check that information is accurate. Let's talk about the certification eligibility. This is relatively new. It started with the forward applications, and then we did move it to the college certification application. So this is for both the Cal and the forward loans. You have a not eligible to certify option. Once you select whichever one you select, it will automatically give you a this application has been certified at the bottom, and that means you've been complete. It's been submitted. So that's new. Let's talk about the loan application checklist. So this is a big confusion at the beginning. I'm sure some people have already worked it through, but I wanted to highlight it again. So although HelmNet loan application checklist appears the same, like the appearance is the same, but the flow is different. So if you look at this screenshot, it's showing, everything, it's the lender approval and then the school certification. So everything that checklist is the same order. But the new process with the MDC, the school certification must be completed before the lender approval is complete. So using this screenshot, the bar application completed, signed BCF, and credit approved task, if all of those are checked, that is the indication that this application is eligible to be certified by the school. So we understand there is a confusion because, obviously prior to September 1st, it would have the lender approval check, and then that was the indication for institutions to certify. But it's now the other way around. Okay. Just the lender approval completed task, that is, just in case you guys didn't know, that is related to the MDC review. And so that's why the school certification is required, because we do need to obtain the program of study, the grade level, the cost of attendance. And so that's why we need the certification. And then, excuse me, and then when the MDC is determined, then that will be checked. And then we will talk about the MDC a little closer, like kind of the formula that we're using a little bit later. So the last small update was the manual loan certification. It didn't affect all schools because not all schools were signed up to do the common line unique or common line reports, certification reports, but just a, effective September 1st, financial aid administrators will only be able to certify loan applications through the HelmNet portal. THECB will continue to send the school certification requests, the SCR files, in the common line format. Unfortunately, you just would not be able to send that back as a common line file, the certification back. You would have to manually enter those in on HelmNet. Note that THECB is working with our vendor to program the required fields to process new applications. We do not have a specific time frame, but once available, we will notify all schools affected. All right, let's talk about the loan application process. So just a kind of this is the, we looked at the checklist, and now this is the application flow. If you look, as you can see in this flow, the manageable debt calculation takes place once the school is certified. So that is the new process. We did publish our processing time frame is up to, for the manageable debt processing, is up to 7 business days. We have recently evaluated and adjusted our MDC review process. So our goal is to process lender approval MDC within 2 to 3 business days. All right, let's talk about the manageable debt calculations. We're going to go over kind of what the outcomes are, the checklist, and then what does it look like in HelmNet. So the calculations, the factors of the manageable debt calculations are the borrower's program of study and their current educational debt. That's what we determine. So the current educational debt includes open and active education accounts on a trade line with Experian, private and federal loans, new loans with a generated loan consummation disclosure, and any pending disbursements. So what's not included is paid and closed accounts. The borrower's debt is not included. And to reiterate, college access graduate program, or I'm sorry, graduate students are not subject to the MDC. It's quiet. All right. So there's 3 possible outcomes after the manageable debt calculation review is done. It's either a full loan amount approved, reduced loan amount approved, or a loan cancellation. And we'll go through we have a scenario for each one's what it looks like. So let's talk about the formula first. So it's a little complicated, so I'll try to make sure that I go a little slow, but THECB uses this process, this formula, to calculate loans requiring an MDC review. Using the information provided by the school certification, we enter the certified loan amount along with the program category and the subcategory, which is the zip code, to determine what that maximum manageable debt is. So for example, if you see this screenshot, it shows, oops, sorry, no, go back. Oh, can't go back. So if you see right here on line 12, I know it's a little blurry, but on line 12 and line 14 and 15, we would select the program of study, and then it would give us a drop-down box of all of the zip codes or subcategories that are related. Once we select that, it gives us that total, which is in line 17, which is what it's determined. Based on that program of study, this is how much THECB determined that income could be. So for lines 19 and 22, if you enter in the cost of attendance, and the estimated financial aid provided by the school, the cost of attendance minus the estimated financial aid is the unmet cost, which can equal or less than the student's requested amount of the school's certified amount. So how much they can borrow. So we subtract what their cost of attendance minus what their estimated contribution. If there's any remaining amount, then that's what we determine is basically how much they can borrow. For lines 23 through 32, we calculate the student's current manageable debt total. This is done by entering each of the student's open education loans on the spreadsheet. These are identified on a credit report as it's a code of an EDU. And then with that, the spreadsheet will calculate how much total it would be, and that would be on lines 32 and 36. So then the last thing is, so for lines 35 through 38, we subtract the maximum manageable debt, which is what that program of study was, from the current manageable debt, which is how much they have in student loan debt. And we use that amount to determine what they're eligible to borrow. So the results would be either 1, eligible for the loan amount that is equal to the school loan certified. So that's approved, full approved. Or 2, the eligible loan amount is less than the school loan amount certified. So that loan is still approved, but it's reduced amount. And then, or 3, the eligible amount is less than $100 or exceeds the maximum manageable debt. So it's 0, in which case that loan is canceled. So let's talk about full loan amount approval. This is what it looks like. So just kind of a scenario. This is if the borrower's current manageable debt is $32,963. So, and the loan debt reported on the student's credit report. And then the allowable debt, so what they program a study, is $46,104. And then what we do is we check to see, it looks like the certified amount on this example is $10,000. That means they do have enough. Technically they have, if you look, they would have approved would be the full 10,000. Doing calculations, they would still have some remaining future money available. So if you look at that, it does give us what they would be allowed to borrow in the future. So once approved, it'll go to the next check. So once approved, the MDC will be complete, the loan will be approved, and the guarantee, the loan approval will be checked. The loan approval disclosure statement will be mailed to the student for the student to accept the LAD on HelmNet. So that process will be the same. Let's talk about the reduced, what it looks like with reduced. So using the same example as before, with the cost of attendance and the certified amount is the same amounts, but changing how much the student loan debt was to $72,963. The maximum manageable debt of this program is $79,067 minus the current manageable debt of $72,963. That only leaves $6,104. So this is less than the certified amount requested of $10,000. Therefore, THECB will reduce the loan amount and approve the loan for the $6,104. Note, all reduced amounts, the student, once the student, if it's a reduced amount, that means they have reached the maximum allowed to borrow and would not be eligible for any future forward or CAL unless that student were to pay off some of their outstanding student loan debt. If it's a reduction, there is going to be a letter sent. And so once the THC verifies that it's been reduced, we will send out an email notification to the institution's financial aid director. Please also just wanted to make a note that if the financial aid director of the institution prefers correspondence to go to somebody else or a general mailbox, to please submit that request with an updated user access request form. All right, let's talk about the canceled. So with the canceled loan amount, again, using the same scenario, prior calculations, the cost of attendance and the certified amount is the same, but increasing the borrower student loan debt to $79,013. It reduces the allowable manageable debt to $54. So because that is under or less than $100, the approved amount would be $0. If the approved amount is less than $100 or exceeds a manageable debt, it'll be $0. Therefore, the loan will be canceled. And this is what it'll show on the checklist. On the checklist, it'll say updated to canceled. And then you'll see all red check marks, or check marks, X marks on the remaining of the checklist. When it's canceled, we will send out notification to two parties, both the student and the institution separately. One cancellation notification is sent to the financial aid director. Again, if there's a general mailbox in addition to that you would like us to send it to, please send us an updated user access form. The other cancellation notification will be sent to the student via postal mail. Just a small kind of threw this in there. If you guys were to say not eligible on this is what it would say. This is the screenshot of what it would look like if the student or the school were to cancel. It would give it, canceled by school or canceled by student. But there's no communication or action, an additional communication that's sent. Schools can log into HelmNet to view the status of the loan. Let's talk about how to stay connected. So obviously there's always questions that come up and scenarios. You can, obviously students can contact us by our phone lines for the students. It's our customer service line. And then institutions can contact us by the phone line or the email. Our hours of operation are Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. And then you can do also like the contact us. I know a lot of you guys use that tool. It's an amazing tool, but you can send us an email with the contact us information. All right. Famous start, which is questions. Any questions? Let me
Rochelle.
Yes.
Okay, so forgive me, I have staff that process these loans, so I don't know a lot about it. So this was very helpful, thank you. And there are probably answers to this that have already been discussed. I'm just not aware of them.
Yeah, no worries.
So you guys are mailing a paper letter to students, but we get notified electronically.
Yes.
We go in and then are y'all canceling it on your side immediately so that the student, if they logged in, could see that you, the coordinating board, canceled it?
Yes, great question. Yes, ma'am. So as soon as we determine that MDC, we go into immediately and make the actions to approve, reduce, or cancel immediately. And it's real time. So it's not through a nightly batch. Now, obviously the letter won't get to them because it's postal, but it's immediate on HelmNet as soon as we cancel it.
Okay. And then I know obviously we get that electronically. So we'll know generally we get notified before the student ever sees anything. Is there not a way to email students? And that may have been a question before. So that's why I'm asking.
It is. It is. We're definitely looking into that. I know Deshay received some of that feedback. Deshay and Tanisha received some of that feedback in previous meetings. I know the legal standpoint is we do have to notify by paper because it's a denial of technically credit. So it has to be postal. That is a legal requirement, but we are looking to see if there's any opportunity to send some type of communication faster. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Shay, did I say it? Was there anything else on that one or no? Okay, we're good.
Okay.
What else?
I'm still thinking that those were my two big questions. Because I think that was what our office experienced is we were then, we were obviously canceling it on our side in our student portal and we have, students are checking that on a regular, at least most of our students are checking their portal on a regular. So they would actually see a cancellation on our portal before they even receive the paper letter calling us, and then we had to go through the whole process of answering those questions. So
right, I can understand it's putting you guys, it potentially is putting you guys in a hot seat of delivering the bad news that they were denied. Yes, ma'am, I understand. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Heather?
I have a number of questions. So you had mentioned that the MDC processing time was published as up to 7 business days, but your goal is 2 to 3 business days.
Yes.
Where
recently.
exactly is that published?
I mean, it's on our, so it's published on our processing. So I guess when I say published, like that's our guidelines published for the agency is up to 7 business days.
Okay, I'm just curious if it was made available to to the students so that they knew when they're applying, like if there's any indication of how long it may take for that review to happen.
I'm not sure on that, Heather. I know we have an application flow, so I'm not sure if that application flow has that specific, but I can check for you and follow up with that. Yes.
Okay. And then with the MDC review, are there any plans to automate that review process in the future?
Yeah.
I'm gonna chime in, even though I'm not an expert on this, but there's a lot of evaluation going on to the loan programs to identify automation. So yes, but I don't have details. But yeah, there's a big project going on to figure out ways to make this a smoother process. And I think once we have some things that are concrete, we'll be able to share those hopefully next time. But I hate to say, hey, we're working on these things. And then you're like, Leah, you told me that this was going to happen. And then it didn't. And that's just the reality. I'm sure y'all are aware of software. It's like you have all these, I'll call them wish list items, and then they don't happen. So to answer your question, there's an active assessment and project going on to make life better. And then we will let y'all know what those improvements are going to be. I think some of those were brought up in one of the subcommittee meetings, and we kind of talked through that. So as we continue to push forward, we'll get everyone up to speed once we know if it's going to happen.
Okay, so to kind of piggyback on that, are there plans being put into place to help mitigate the processing time with fall peak kind of right around the corner? So I'm just concerned that we are going to see extended processing times with increased applications leading up to the start of the fall semester, and we may see more students put in financial binds because we're waiting on approval or denial of these loan funds.
Absolutely. We share your same worries. And so we have, and we are in the process of ensuring that we made some changes later on in this last spring that helped the process go faster. So, I mean, obviously with this new process, we are definitely trying to advance and think of different ways to make this go faster for both the student and the institution. So it's definitely on our top priority to come up with plans and ways to meet the 2 to 3 business day deadline. So I mean, I understand that this last session was pretty lengthy, but we have made some modifications. So based on our plan, I do show that we would be able to meet those 2 to 3 business day deadlines.
Okay. And then you mentioned that for the cancellation, like if after the MDC, y'all indicate that the student is not eligible for the loan, you would notify the institution and the student.
Yes,
But if
ma'am.
there's a reduction in what the school initially certifies, are you only notifying the institution or are you also notifying the student as well?
Great question. So we are notifying both, but it's not. So yes, we're still notifying the institution in an email. However, the student is notified by the loan consummation or the LAD. So when they receive, so HelmNet's updated with the new amount, and when they receive the loan approval disclosure, like the loan application, that amount has changed from whatever was requested down to the reduced amount. That's their notification. So they're accepting that new reduced amount. So in that,
but it doesn't tell them why.
No, it does not. No.
Okay.
And I think my other, kind of to piggyback off what Millette said, not only is it not telling them why, but it's also not telling them that they will not be approved for future loans unless they pay off another loan. So I think that it would be beneficial if there was some type of communication to the student indicating that their loan amount was reduced after this review, and that they more than likely will not be eligible for any future loans unless they paid off any of their current loans.
Sure, we can look into that. That's a good suggestion. We can look into that.
And Heather, I'm not sure how much of the information you just provided we can put into writing, because we won't know necessarily if they won't be eligible for anything else if they don't pay it off. But like Erica said, we can definitely look into what language we can use going forward, since one, that's not a process that we currently do to reach out for reduction, but we can definitely look into how we can also send a email or letter communication for reduced loan amount for a student. And we'll probably have to massage it just a little bit on it and let them know they'll get a new disclosure statement with that reduced amount.
Right. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Rochelle?
2 quick questions. And this may already be again somewhere published. Do you guys publish the formula for students to view? Or is that something you won't be publishing so that they could calculate where they stand? And or is the zip code list also available to students to look at?
So the first one, Deshay, I'm gonna ask for
the first question was, do we publish the actual calculation? We have not, but we have had discussions on how to improve awareness. So we are looking into improving that awareness, very similar to, students who are looking at their, cost of attendance, like the net price calculator or repayment, options that they are using. So yes, we are definitely looking into going ahead and adding that kind of like a calculator, you would say, so they can also do some calculations, not only for the students, but also for school officials, so they have the opportunity to advise better when it comes to what a student potentially could get. But yes.
And as far as the second one, we do have that published. For the CAL, we do have it published on HelmNet and hhloans.com website. It is, if this program is studied, this is the calculation, this is the 10%. So we do have a chart And I think it was in one of the slides, a screenshot of it. I can't remember what slide it was. Oh, so it's slide 4. And it gives you it. So that's so based on the program of study. I don't know how to go back to the slide 4. Oops, not a thank you. But yes, slide 4 does show and institutions as well as students, so it's public, can view this chart. Are you able to see it? Maybe. So it'll let them know calculation wise what we're determining is the maximum level based on their program of student loan debt.
And we can send that out as follow-up items. It's on the, like Erica said, it's on the web page right in the center. It has like a little link to a PDF, which is the same as what's on the screen. But as additional items, this will be included in the updated handouts. So you'll be able to refer to it here, or if you go to HH Loans, and it's also in the rule, that's helpful.
And we'll also be included in our upcoming guidelines that we'll publish for 24-25. So the idea is to continue to build upon what we have as far as guidance and put as much information, especially the operational pieces of some of our programs, obviously loans specifically, and some key information that you may not have readily available or have to go pull through rules. So we are making some additional items to add, and this would be one of them, not only for Cal, but also for Forward.
Yes.
Heather, you had
Heather?
Yes. Are there plans to update the checklist to reorder the information?
Oh, yes. I mean, that's part of probably kind of what Leah was saying. There's
I was like, yeah.
yes, it is part. That was definitely a huge report. So yes, that is part of what they're trying to revamp and try to work on. So yes, it is part of the updates that we're trying to review.
Sounds good. I appreciate this. I just want to say that I know that this is a new process for your team, just as it's a new process for all of us. And I just want to say I appreciate all of y'all's hard work and being open to the feedback that we have as financial aid administrators. And I appreciate you taking the time to do this presentation. This has been very, very helpful.
Oh yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you guys. I appreciate your feedback and definitely keep it coming, because all we can do is grow and be better. And we are looking at it as administrators, but we're not looking at it as school administrators. And so it's definitely important to keep that communication open. So I welcome any feedback or any questions. And then I think I'm going to skip to the last, my closure. And I just wanted to thank everybody. Thank you for listening to my presentation and your time. I appreciate your questions. I do have a couple follow-ups. I forgot his name. He had a question about a loan. Did you happen to get a zip code? Do y'all remember who that
Gilbert.
was?
Gilbert.
It
Zavala.
was me. It was me. I sent you by the chat the zip code.
Okay.
So I was just curious if it qualified for that program. That's one of those
I'll look for it.
growth areas for us, and I didn't see it immediately on the on the areas, on the, I guess, the subsections that you shared. So I was just curious.
Yes, sir. I'll look for it then. I'll find that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Erica. You are delightful. We are glad to have had you today. You're welcome back anytime. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us. And to the committee members, thank you for, being engaged and asking fantastic questions.
Absolutely.
Let's take a break. It is 10:40. Let's take 10 minutes. Be back at 10:50. And when we get back, we'll do roll again real quick, just to make sure we captured everyone who's jumped on, and then we'll go through the agenda.
Sounds good.
All right, we'll see you at 10:50.
Thank you. Everybody get some coffee, water, tea, something delicious. My coffee is almost gone. I'm very sad. Need a refill.
Yeah, go get you a refill before we start again. We want you fully caffeinated, Leah.
I went to Summer Moon, and so there's no refill. I'm out of
bummer.
It's okay.
All right.
Don't get me through. I need water. Everyone drink water.
This is our public service message of the day. Please drink water. Okay, it is 10:50, so I'm going to call our roll again real quick. So just, unmute, say hi, say here. Rochelle. All right, we'll come back to Rochelle. Cecilia.
Here.
Oh, sorry, I'm here. Rochelle.
Hey, Rochelle. Leah.
I'm here.
Leah's here.
Sorry. I was trying to wave at you.
Deshay.
Here.
Jackie Adler.
Here.
Mary Escobar. I believe Mary has had some trouble, but she is in the meeting. She's just having some trouble with her audio. So Heather.
Here.
Michelle Hill.
Here.
Jackie Kelly.
Here.
Gabby.
Here.
Linda McKendry.
Here.
Rebecca. Erica Ramos. Tanya.
Here.
Glad you're here, Tanya. Let's see. Beth.
Here.
Gilbert. And Denise.
Here.
All right. Mary, it looks like you have your hand up. But we can't hear you. I'm sorry to say. All right. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate that. So next on the agenda is, as I said, we're doing a little switcheroo. So next we will have the TASFA, meaning the Texas Association of Student Financial Aid Administrators, update from President Denise Welch. Denise, you're up.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me today. I do want to go over a couple of things, especially when it comes to TASFA, actually what we are. The Texas Association of Student Financial Aid Administrators, we are a completely volunteer organization. We do not have paid employees. We operate by a volunteer basis. So any of you out there that are financial aid administrators would love to volunteer for an incredibly active organization, we would love to have you. So that's my plug. We have 121 institutional members across the state of Texas, and we have 33 associate members who are our partners, and they range from loan servicer organizations to private lenders to the coordinating board. And so we have a variety of networking opportunities through our organization. Our main focus is training. We have a unique opportunity to train our financial aid administrators. And this year, of course, has been so challenging for all of us and still is. And so we welcome the networking opportunities through TASFA that we have all the way through our regional organization, which is SWASFA, and our national organization, which is NASFA. So the trainings that we have provided so far this year with TASFA are our regional trainings. We do 6 regional trainings across the state of Texas. 4 of them have already been accomplished. We had them in, the first one was in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and up in Frisco at the Collin College Frisco campus. We had, I believe, about 35 to 40 attendees, all financial aid administrators, with the opportunity to get a NASFA credential in cost of attendance. Also, we have one in Houston. It was at the United Way building. I don't have the exact amount of attendance, but I do know that of the registrants, we're having about an 80 to 90% attendance rate. So that is awesome. Also, we have San Antonio and Brownsville. Both of those have been done so far this month. And we have 2 more left. We have Lubbock and Tarrant County. So we do reach the entire state. Texas is big, and we have a lot of institutions all across the state of Texas. So we try to have a regional training in each area where people can drive in for the day and do that cost of attendance accreditation through our NASFA organization. Also, we have the new aid officers workshop coming up in April. It's going to be April 10th through the 11th through the 12th. It's at Great Wolf Lodge in Grapevine, Texas, which is North Dallas. And we always welcome usually 80 to 90 new aid officers. That definition would be 5 years or less. They come in and we give extensive training. And many of you who are listening today remember us going to St. Mary's with the book that was this big, and they put it on your desk and you fainted because that's what you had to know. So it's electronic. It's not quite as intimidating, and you do have search options. But nevertheless, we still do that training for new aid officers for our member institutions. Our annual conference is in October. It will be at the Houston Post Oak by the Galleria this year from October 9th through the 11th. We always have Department of Ed give updates. We have the coordinating board come and give updates. We have our NASFA organization also bring us updates. It is a robust training opportunity for all of our members across the state. This year, we have focused on our high school counselors. Usually that takes place in the fall, but of course we moved it this year to take place in the January because of course we didn't have a FAFSA until January. So we had, I personally did a Region 7 financial aid workshop for our high school counselors in our area. And we talked about financial aid for 3 hours, bless their hearts. But they were very receptive and they asked lots of great questions. Also, across the state of Texas, TASFA participates in high school FAFSA nights. Excuse me. And where it is extremely frustrating for our high school counselor partners who have a state graduation requirement to complete the FAFSA before graduation. I can tell you the ones that I have done personally, we have had probably 1 or 2 successfully submitted. I didn't say correct. I said successfully submitted. Some of them were submitted before parents got to attach their information. So there are lots of issues with the new FAFSA application, and our high school counselor partners are feeling the brunt of this right now because we're looking at graduation in May. So we will do what we can as a TASFA organization, as individual financial aid administrators to help our counselors in our service areas. If there are some counselors that have some concerns, please contact president@tasfa.org. I'll be glad to reach out to someone in your area and connect you with a financial aid administrator that can help you at least commiserate with you. I don't know that we have any answers at this point because, as you know, things are changing on a daily basis. So, but we at least can commiserate with you. And my theme word for today was, or for this year, has been theoretically. Theoretically, it's supposed to do this. So that has become the theme of the FAFSA 24-25, theoretically. And you know, our biggest concern, which impacts not only the financial aid community and the high school counselor communities, but our students the most. We are not able to get out financial aid offers to our students so they can make intelligent, informed decisions. And we're looking at the May 1st deadline, and our four-year institutions know how important that deadline is. And we don't have offer letters to send out to our students. So there's a lot of anxiety in our community. And as an association, we want to support you, and we want to encourage you, and we want to give you the best knowledge that we have that's changing on a daily basis. Our legislative committee, I'm sorry, Gilbert, go ahead.
Oh, I can wait till the end, Denise, if that's helpful.
Oh, you go ahead.
Okay.
I'm gonna change the subject, so go ahead.
All right. Well, I just touching on this whole change and situation with delayed information getting to you all. I was curious about this workaround for families that don't, the student has a social, but parents don't. And there was at the time, we've done 40 financial aid events. And, when I saw that, I passed on to staff, and we actually did some workarounds thinking, okay, it's coming up and it's March 15th and you got spring break. We're going to do this workaround. I'm just curious, my understanding is because the taxes won't be imported, right? They're manually put in under this workaround for that group of students. How will that impact? I mean, I know you're already delayed on even getting the information, but will that put them into automatic verification, or what's the process look like for you all as you're receiving those applications for students who did this workaround?
That's a great question. My workaround when I was doing my lights were, let's do a paper application and we'll send the paper in. Well, then I hear through the grapevine, paper applications aren't going to get processed till after the electronic applications are. So that's going to delay that student even more. And that is a risk group, in my opinion. We're going to risk losing those students. And I'm a little passionate, so I'm going to just jump on that soapbox just a minute. And we can't do a signature page like we could do last year. Those students could come in and their parents could sign, and we could attach that signature page to their FAFSA. We can't do that anymore. The department tells us that by mid-March, they're going to have a workaround made, and it's going to process those through with parents without socials. I'm hopeful that is indeed correct. I am telling my students, as I talk with them on an individual basis, to give it till like March 25th and go back in and see if they can go ahead and process their electronic FAFSA through. But it is so frustrating for those particular students, and I do realize that it's such a risk. And unfortunately, I don't have a whole lot of answers.
Thank you, Denise.
Thank you for the question.
I thought that might be the case, but appreciate you. Thank you.
Sure. So we have sent our legislative committee, the chair is Delisa Fox from Texas A&M University. She has sent an email with an attached letter to Commissioner Keller, and he was so gracious to read our information. And we have 3 goals as an organization that we would like to see the state become aligned more with the federal policies. Those 3 goals include the satisfactory academic progress policy for the state versus the federal, and the selective service state versus federal, and also the requirements regarding financial aid eligibility with convictions are different from the state and the federal. We do realize that these goals are statutory and that will require votes and action through our state legislature. And we just wanted to we realize it's not a legislative year, but we just want to kind of keep our name at the forefront, our goals at the forefront, so that we can continue to bring these goals to the attention of our legislature. So we were really appreciative to Delisa and her committee for following through again and contacting our state organization with the Commissioner Keller and passing that our goals along to him as well. I think that's all I have at this point. I will take any questions.
Thank you so much, Denise. My friend, really appreciate you keeping us mindful of what what all of us are trying to do together. And TASFA plays a big part in that. So thank you for that. Thank you for all the information.
Sure.
Next on the agenda is normally is our legislative committee subcommittee update. Scott was not able to be here today, so we won't have an update today. So I will move on to next on our agenda is a presentation called Professional Communication is for the Birds. It is I'm really excited to have this particular presenter. Dee Ingram is, if you don't know Dee, is my associate director at the UT Southwestern Medical Center in Dallas. But even if she wasn't, she is one of the finest presenters I have ever encountered. And if you've heard her before, you know I ain't lying. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Dee. I did want to say for the committee members, you should have received an update to your Outlook appointment that has an attachment that Dee is going to refer to. She will also show it for our live stream folks, but in case you want to have it, both places, you should have received that recently from Renee. So Dee, you're up.
See, okay, there we go. Found the mute button. Check. I've done a good job today. Let me see if I can share this screen with this new presentation style that I got going on here. Everybody can see that okay? Good deal. Well,
looks good.
Again, Millette took care of my introduction, so I'll skip on right past that. But I want to say hello to my friends again and say hi. Good seeing a lot of you that I've seen before, and those that are new to me, hello and welcome. Thank you so much for having me again. I think I've presented to this group before on a different topic, but I am appreciative to be back. This session is made to be interactive. It's made to be presented in person so you can get up and move around. So there's going to be a little bit of shifting in that process. And so bear with me as I get through those changes. Again, the presentation and the assessment will be sent later to everyone. So you should be able to do this hopefully back in your offices or any other groups that you might find it beneficial. So this session is basically to get us off the FAFSA complication, demystification, simplification track. We're not going to talk about it. We're not even going to think about it. So for this next session here, let's just act like everything's perfect, right? Delusion is a wonderful state right now. And let's just talk about communicating. We got to do that no matter what's going on in the world. So let's see if we can figure out if we can do it a little bit better, effective, a little bit more effective. And this session is about for the birds because there's a bird simification about different characteristics of the way people communicate. So let's just try to get through this and into the madness here. Oh, wait a minute. This is covering up where I can advance. What's last? There we go. All right. So have you ever thought in any moment, like, how can I improve my professional relationship with a coworker? Do you have someone that you always just say hello and goodbye to in the office because other than that, you don't have very much in common? Or do you often find it challenging to interact with a particular person in your social circles or at work? Every time you have to interact, there's always a moment where you have to apologize for a miscommunication, or that is not what I meant to say, or any kind of challenges in having that communication be effective. Or I know we've all done this, thought about a meeting and said to ourselves, how could I have made this meeting more productive? Or simply, why am I in this meeting again? I contribute nothing. No one's asked me anything. I'm not learning anything. Why am I here? Or just in general, communicating with students, parents, or coworkers. Have you ever wanted to improve those communications? And if you've never thought about that, this still might be a helpful presentation for you to listen to, because maybe, just maybe, somebody's thinking about that in regards to you. Like maybe you're the challenging one. Maybe I have been the challenging person that one actually wants to speak to in the day because they just don't get what they're talking about. Well, in today's session, we're going to talk about communication and how to improve that. Because communication is just that. It is something you have to work at. It does not, unfortunately, come easy to everyone. Some people communicate more and less than others, and we all can communicate differently in different scenarios. So the biggest communication problem that we often have is that we don't really listen to understand. We'll listen to understand just enough to formulate our reply or our rebuttal in most cases. No, that's not actually the issue. It's actually this, right? And then when we have those scenarios, that lack of communication can often breed assumptions of what other people are thinking. And more often than not, they're incorrect. I don't know if in your personal lives or work lives have ever had a situation where you communicated something or someone miscommunicated something to you, you developed an assumption of what they really meant, and then that caused you to change the way you react to them or interact with them in a later scenario. When that happens, it seems to be a steamroll effect to where the problem just gets bigger and bigger. So this session is to kind of help understanding your personal communication style through a little personality survey that we'll do here shortly. Also, we need to understand how others communicate and how we can best guess someone else's other communication style. And then we'll figure out how those two communication styles can interact to be the most effective and efficient way to complete our task or to simply communicate an issue. A little bit about this test that we're going to do, or survey, I should say. It was developed by Richard Stevenson based on some personality types and formulated by a man called Dr. Gregory Coulter. I have not researched these people. I actually will be honest and tell you, I inherited this presentation for someone that did all the heavy lifting and great work, and just have used it since then. But the results of the test it's important to understand it's about a particular point in time. I have done the sessions multiple times and over more than 1 year, and can tell you I have landed in different quadrants. So it's about a particular time, and it's also about a particular scenario often. Often you'll find who you are at work may not necessarily be who you are at home. And hopefully the way you communicate with your friends at happy hour is not how you communicate with your kid at playtime or bedtime. So it is really about a particular point in time, Hopefully it will help guide you on how you react in different scenarios and different communication styles with each other. Give you a little bit of an insight in working with coworkers and customers and other stakeholders that you have to interact with. And it also helps you think about work behaviors and how these types of communication styles can breed different behaviors and way people interact with each other. So if you all are ready, I think most of you in the session that are not live streaming have received the email for the test. But those of you that I think are streaming or live streaming may not have received this yet, but will later. But I will go ahead and share my screen. Keep in mind when you do this assessment, it's not to be very difficult. When we play dominoes at our family reunions, they always say you study long, you study wrong. So you should be doing this really quick. It should be not that analytical. So in part 1 of this assessment, these are all the questions if you just want to use the screen there. In this assessment, you want to see how rate your assertiveness. So I perceive myself as I'm more quiet or I'm more talkative. For me, when I probably first start in an environment, I'm more quiet. But as I get more and more comfortable, I'm more talkative. But if I were to rate that right now, probably be like a 4, Millette Leaf Green, because she has brought me out of my shell. So just rate where you are real quickly, 1 through 15, just 1 through 4, answer those. Are you slow to decide when you have a decision to make? Or are you really quick? You already know what you want to do. You jot through that really quick. This is going to help you figure out what type of bird you are. So go through that. I'll give us maybe 1 or 2 minutes to get through that. We want to take advantage of this little session. I apologize for any background noise that you hear. It is storming where I am. So if I lose connection, I will do my best to get back. I'm also on an iPad, so we'll work that out. Hopefully you're getting through. Are you more deliberate in your assertiveness or very snappy? Some of these are kind of difficult to kind of understand, but just do your best, go through it as quickly as you can to figure out where you are there. It's only one additional part that we'll do. It's a pretty quick test, hopefully not too challenging. Are you more cautious or very carefree in getting decisions made? Or 15 is a good one that accentuates the fact that it's about a point in time, because I think I would be probably more reserved at work than outgoing. But of course, on my weekends with my bike family, maybe a bit different. All right. And then the next part is part 2. It's how you respond to things. So I perceive myself as more open or closed when it comes to responsiveness. When you're responding to a situation, do you result on some emotions or how you feel about something? Or are you looking at the issue as it stands? Are you a very rational decision or responder? Do you perceive yourself as being someone that's easy to get to know? Or do you make people work for it? You don't really open yourself up initially. Kind of a little bit more reserved when it comes to that. Do you find yourself being a bit spontaneous? Or are you cautious? I just did a road trip with my bike friends, and all of a sudden they were like, hey, let's stop at Windstar. I'm like, wait, we didn't plan this. I didn't go to the ATM. Now I gotta pay $7 at the ATM machine. But wait, I don't have my little card thing with my rewards. I don't know if I have free money. Tells you a little bit about where I would rank myself there, I guess. Oh, that's good. Animated. Do you feel yourself? Do you show your emotions on your face or on your body? Do you animate more, or are you very much poker face? Looking at the little squares on the Zoom call, I'm seeing a lot of poker faces. Maybe because you're thinking hard. But I told you guys, stop thinking about FAFSA. You know, it's just, it doesn't matter right now. Everything's great. We're in La La Land. And then when you get through all of those, of course, you're going to add those up individually. Part 1 will have a total. Part 2 should have a total. And if you have to pull out your phone's calculators, I know I would, you would divide each of those numbers by 15. So part 1, if your number was 15 and you divided that by 15, that would be part 1's number would be 1. And then part 2 number would be whatever it shall be. No need to go out 27 numbers. It just 1.7, 1.8. That's all you need to worry about. Okay. Now, hopefully some of you that wanted to participate in that live had some time to do that. We're going to move to kind of graph these results. And for those that are online, or if you want to just use your screen, this is what the graph should look like. So let me go back real quick. Part 1 was assertiveness. So that assertiveness is what you would call the y-axis. Up and down, you would put your number on that grid, going from 1 at the top to 4 at the bottom. So if you are 2, you put that on the 2 line, that vertical 2 line. And the part 2 number, or responsiveness number, would go on that x-axis, or that horizontal line from left to right. And then once you make those 2 dots there, you will make a straight line and see where they interact. And that will hopefully tell you where you land on the bird spectrum. So when I do this session for myself, I usually have migrated from very eagle to closer to the peacock range. Has anybody had a chance to complete this part and want to share what bird they are?
I am always a peacock, just so we're clear. Sometimes I'm peacock, closer one direction to like I'm getting closer to another one. And sometimes I'm just peacock, like out off the charts peacock. But unlike Dee, I'm not very nuanced. I'm always a peacock. So who are my other peacocks? If you did it and you're a peacock, give me a wave.
I have a request. Can you go back a couple slides? I missed 2 of them on the first one, so now I'm like, I can't really do my score very well.
No worries. There's part 1, right? You need a part 1, Tanya?
Yeah, let me just.
Or Leah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm jotting down these quick things real quick.
And Tanya, were you saying you were a peacock also?
Yes, most definitely.
I kind of knew that, Tanya.
Yeah. Not surprised.
Not surprised.
Well, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. It is all a good thing. There's no wrong answers here. There's no bad birds. Believe it or not, no bad birds here. So as you go through this, you'll find that you may have one very strong bird, but you may be close to another one. So if you have a secondary bird type, mine was, when I first did it, it was an owl. And then now it's more eagle and a peacock. Peagle, I guess, if we do this whole merging the words thing. So this has been fun. We've done this session. I'm referring to all these birds. You're like, what is she talking about? I don't know what kind of bird I am. I don't care to know what kind of bird I am. But here's what it relates to. And if you remove the whole bird symbolum out because you haven't been able to get through the assessment or didn't have a chance to, let's just talk about it, what they are, and maybe you kind of will relate more and be able to identify what that means for you. So for our doves, the main characteristics for doves, if you think about the symbolism, right? They're peaceful and friendly. Your owls are very wise and logical. Peacocks are very showy and optimistic. And then eagles are very bold and decisive. These are nice characteristics, right? Sounds really great. But as we know, there's two sides of a coin. So things to remember here is that you usually have two type of bird types because, of course, we're a whole person. We're not just one person. We're not just our professional selves at work. We're also family folks and fun folks. So we have different personalities. So it's oftentimes you'll have more than one bird characteristics depending on the situation. So I promise we'll wrap this up to close to the end to understand why do we care about all these things and why communication is important. Because remember, we want to be more productive in our communications, more productive in our meetings. We want to be able to interact with our colleagues and coworkers in a more productive way to reduce the hassle of professional interacting challenges. So the strengths of our owls and how this really will help us, let's think about it. Our doves, is that they're people, right? They love working with people. They're very much a team player. They're loyal and tenacious, very supportive. They're good at networking, very dependable. We have a dove person in our office. Wait a minute, I think I switched these. Hold on one second, you guys. This sounds like an owl. Yes, I apologize. I switched those. So let me go to my assessment here. And share it this way. Okay, so the dove was right. The owl is where I had challenges there. Okay. Let me go back to presenting here. Okay. Get back to our slide. So our doves are very people pleasers. They're peaceful, friendly. So they're motivated by strong relationships and shared goals and community service and for the common good. Our owls are very much motivated by knowledge and expertise and logic. So in your offices, your owl should be maybe somebody that's working with regulations and quality control, things like that. Your peacocks are very optimistic, influential people. They are the big dream folks. These a lot of the time you want your peacock involved into your strategic goal setting where you want to be future. They're big about social connections and experiences, very positive people. So when you have to plan for future things, those, if you know who your peacocks are, those are the people you want to put in those places, in those areas. Because they will enjoy goal setting and thinking big. Now your eagles are going to be your risk takers. They're motivated by leadership and productivity and goal setting. They're motivated by any challenges, results in achievement dreaming. So I know we said we we're going to talk about this FAAC, but those are the people you want to be involved, and they're probably excited to talk about it all the time because they're like, oh, yes, I know how to fix this, because they are very much a leader. They're motivated by challenging situations because they like to achieve a result that fixes that problem. So this is where we would get up, move around, find our flocks. So if you've had a chance, I know if you want to, I don't know if we have chatting ability, if you want to put in the chat what kind of bird you are. That way, as you guys interact moving forward, it might be helpful to know who's what and different personality types and communication styles that they have. So let's make a connection with this. How does those strengths of those different people help in the financial aid realm of things, since that's our industry? So that dove, that people person, that would probably be great for your frontline staff. That dove is going to be that smiley face. Our dove in our office, his name is David. He always has a smile. He loves to chat. He likes to say good morning. He's great with that. So that is the best place for him to be. If I was to put him in a cubicle in the back, that would probably lessen his joy and happiness at work, and therefore his productivity at work. So it's very helpful when we did this survey in our office to find that out. Your owls are going to enjoy learning. So that wonderful change in financial aid regulations that come every other Wednesday, right? Every other Wednesday is when we get those changes. You need to have your owl on that. If you're not an owl personally and you are so annoyed and bogged down with that part of your job, knowing who's the owl in your team will help you be able to kind of give them that challenge, because they will love it there, and they will be able to come back to you with, oh, this part that we were doing, we have to change this piece. That's all that this 17-page document is telling us, right? Your peacocks are, like we said, are super optimistic. So they're going to be great for helping maybe parents in situations that are having a challenging outlook, or either paying for college, or we have a SAP conversation we have to have, or we have a scholarship loss that we have to talk through. Your peacock is going to be able to deliver maybe that unpleasant situation with a positive and an optimistic spin on it. This will hopefully help them from getting to you, if you're the director in your office, to have the conversation of, yes, I know, and this and that. So knowing kind of these characteristics can be helpful there. Your eagle is going to be highly focused and very driven. So it would be helpful in that financial aid to have that eagle present, because they won't give up in these challenges. They won't be the one that will go through this attrition where people are really thinking about leaving the industry because of the madness, right? They will be there in those problem scenarios, sticking it out with you so you can maybe go take a happy hour break. So knowing who your eagle friends are can be very helpful for you in that scenario. Now let's talk about the other side of that coin, right? The challenges for the dove. They're not very big goal setters. You will have to give them a little bit more direction, which kind of makes sense, right? They're people. So they like the interaction of communicating with people. But if you have a project that they need to do, and you maybe wondered why this is so hard for them to complete, it's because they may be sitting out in the front greeting everyone. So sticking down into a goal and completing it is not their strongest suit. Details and planning may be difficult and challenging for them. Their own focus can be neglected sometimes to take care of others' needs and wants. So being able to understand that, it's kind of go back to that topic where I talked about placing people, maybe that if I have a goal for my dove, I need to say, hey, today, take 2 hours and sit over here in this meeting space so you can focus on resolving this issue or this challenge. Your owls are going to be extreme planners, because remember, they love details. They love regulations. They can really get in there and pull those details out. but that can also give you analysis paralysis, right? That can have them so deep into the details and the woods of things that they neglect the big picture. They're the ones in your office talking about, we can't do that. The policy doesn't say we can do that. But they forget that there's an exception, or they don't understand that the big picture is we don't have that challenge because we have this other thing in place. So they can often focus too much on details and neglect the big picture or how it interacts in reality there for them. Peacocks, leaf green. Oftentimes they can avoid structure. And if the task is very difficult, they won't really strive in that area, because remember, they're optimistic birds. They like to do things that make them happy and other people happy. So those challenging situations, those are the situations you want to give maybe to your eagle, right? To somebody else that can survive and thrive in difficult situations. You will give that over to them. They often can get bored or distracted really quickly. If there is not achievement and joy or something being completed and fulfilled, then it is something that they will get bored or distracted on. So making small wins or small goals that can be achieved for your peacock colleagues or yourself will be a better way to kind of overcome that. And with eagles, they can be very inflexible. Yes, I can. My partner is not here, so she's not going to learn any of these things. She probably would agree to several of them, but can be very inflexible. They can be overconfident in their decisions, because when they know they're right, it's hard to tell them that they're wrong. They are the people that you're going to actually have to take more time in giving them the reasons and the details behind their wrong. Sometimes they'll also have a challenge in achieving the goal because they really enjoy the chase. They really enjoy getting to that spreadsheet, clicking all around, building formulas, making it pretty, but never can call it done, right? Because there's always ways to improve upon it. So those are some of the challenges that an eagle personality or communication style would have. This is where we would kind of move around and discuss this as a group, but we kind of done this through the sessions about how might some of these challenges of your particular bird and impact the financial aid office. So for example, if I'm an eagle communication style person and I'm the person at your front desk, that would be a very challenging situation to have to someone that is very matter of fact, to the point, doesn't do the niceties very well. Having to communicate maybe challenging feedback would be a very step in the office, would have challenges that would be there. How you would overcome that, you would either teach to that eagle, if that person has to be in that role, and maybe talk to them about how to be more dove-like, or have them partner with a dove to kind of learn how they communicate in different scenarios or projects to kind of overachieve that. Those are some ways that could benefit or be helpful there. And so how those birds fit together, quickly, we'll go through that. So for our doves, if they have to, oftentimes it's not an individual project, right? We work a lot in teams. We have to collaborate in different events, scenarios, just like you all doing on this committee. So when you are with other doves, you want to make sure you avoid excessive emotions and questions and decision making. Oftentimes we'll talk a lot about how we feel, how we think, how we may assume this will make somebody else feel when we are tasked with making decisions. You want to focus very much on the facts at hand, what actually needs to be done, because those two doves will probably have that meeting that was not achieved, that nothing was achieved out of. So that's where those two people will interact. A dove that's with an owl, you want to definitely focus on a conversation and reasoning behind the decisions, because you know those owls are very logical. So if you're needing to communicate something to a person that is an owl personality type, understand that they are going to be very much looking for the why, the reg, the citation behind that reason. Peacocks as well, they're again, they're very optimistic. So those conversations should be focused on actions and what needs to be done. You'll want to be direct with that peacock, because again, if there's no achievement there will be challenges. Similar to an eagle, you want to communicate those reasonings behind the decision, develop a plan of action, and move to creating that action. They are the doers of the birds. Same thing with owls. I won't spend too much time in going through these detail by detail. They're available to you. But if you look at that chart, there's people that are kind of very opposites. So an owl and a peacock, in conversating with them, it is important that they stay focused on actions that need to be done and their emotional impact, because it will be very much important to understand that an owl is not the first one that's going to think about emotions. They're going to think about the rules and the regs that are set to that. So understand the impact of just saying you failed to complete classes, therefore you've lost your step and you will not get any more aid. That's how those two people will communicate. Where you need to maybe take a page out of the Dove's book and say, well, we understand it looks like you had some challenges through your last academic work. So we have an issue, that's why you received the notification, but maybe a book out of the peacock's bird. But we can be optimistic because we do have a SAP appeal process, and this is all you would need to do to process that. So you will have these slides and kind of can look through some of those solutions and resolving that, those challenges. Eagles as well is there. This impact, this migration session here is where we would go through, depending on the type of bird you are, how, and if you're interacting with a parent who may be a dove and you're an eagle, how would you convey those feelings about being upset that they may have about not getting a scholarship? If you are working with a coworker that is a different bird or personality type than you, then how would you work on resolving those projects together if y'all have these challenges? The biggest thing about this is really more so about how you're more effective in your interactions, especially through challenges and conflict resolutions, because it's important to understand that my Angelou quote here kind of sums up the why behind this session. And it's that she says she has learned that people will forget what you said and people will forget what you did, but people will usually never forget how you made them feel. So understanding how to communicate effectively will leave them with the feeling that you really want them to have, and let alone what actually had to happen or what you actually said, but they will remember the feeling you gave them is one that you did care and you were involved, and you were listened to and you did listen from them. So hopefully, if you have more time, when we do have more time ever in life to kind of go through these sessions, it really, really helped our team understand each other better so we can be more effective communicators with each other. Therefore, in our work outside of our office is more effective. So hopefully you found something helpful in this session. I am available for any questions or thoughts that anyone has. And again, we will share these slides and the assessment with everyone shortly.
Thank you so much, Dee. I know, when your boss, that's me, asks you to do something like this, maybe you don't feel like you can say no, but you didn't just say yes, you said yes and put a lot of thought and effort into it. So I'm really grateful. Any questions for Dee? We'll make sure this info gets added to the FAAC website so everybody can have access to it.
I was just going to chime in, Millette, and we're talking Dee, I always veer off into like personal land, when you're talking about this stuff. So I like how you continually tied this to how to treat it with your coworkers or your staff or anything like that, because I think what's the reality for all of us is when you talk to other people, it's sometimes hard to remember that everyone is so unique and so different and have different personalities, different skill sets, and all these things. And I love always circling back to this, that that's okay, and to just be open to different ideas and how to communicate with people that are unlike yourself. I'm very much a extrovert. I'm sure y'all know that. So, as I've grown professionally and even personally, it's always hard for me. I'm like, I don't get it. How come people don't like to do it this way? And that's not reality. So I loved the presentation. I think that it brings a lot of visibility to things, and it helps us reset our minds sometimes to not only give others grace, but give yourself grace. So thank you for sharing that. I think it was awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, when we do this session in person and we're walking around and they're in their small groups, it can get kind of cantankerous sometimes. People are like, why do they need? And everyone has a coworker or someone, even in your personal life. I've done this with my family, because you're just like, what do you not get? How many times do I have to say this to you? What is it, Dad? Yes, Dad, I know you ate spinach. That's good. So it's like understanding he may be more of a dove. He needs to express and have an emotional connection before he can get to the do part of the purpose of the conversation. So sometimes what we'll find in our coworkers is that you'll interact. If you're always frustrated with how long it takes somebody to get something done, maybe because you're an eagle or an owl and you're used to kicking it out, where someone else needs a little bit more time understanding the why, or understanding the details of it, or understanding the emotional connection. So if nothing else, on the selfish part of it, it'll help you be a little bit more at ease when interacting with people, especially when they get on your nerves. But also, hopefully, it'll help overall the macro, right, environment of it be better,
Awesome. Thank you so much. Dee, we'll get you on the agenda as an annual presenter. I'm just kidding. She's like, what now? What are you doing to me now? Anyway, really, really always appreciate your expertise and participation.
My pleasure, and thank you to all of you guys and all the work that you're doing as part of this committee and this advisory board. We appreciate all of the little people out here in the financial aid world. Appreciate all the work that you guys do as well, and hashing this stuff out for us. You have a great rest of your meeting.
Thank you, Dee. Nice to see you.
Okay. Let's see. What time is it? 11:45. I think we'll take a break. We had thought we'd take a little bit longer break here, but why don't we just take 15 minutes? If that's okay with everybody, and come back right at noon. And then we'll be back right on. We have a little bit shorter break because our wonderful presentations were a little bit longer. So that was time well spent. So we will see everybody back here at 12 o'clock.
Hey, Millie, apologies. I have to jump off at noon. So I sent Renee a note,
Awesome.
but hope to catch up after.
Great. Thanks, Gilbert.
Yep.
See you in a few.
All right. Thanks everybody for coming back. I'm going to give it one more minute. That was kind of a quick break. I'm going to give it one more minute and then I'll go through the roll one more time. And then we'll move on. Okay, let me run through the roll one more time. Rochelle.
Here.
Cecilia.
Here.
Leah.
Here.
Jackie Adler.
Here.
Mary. See if Mary's still online with us. Yep, I see you, Mary. If you can hear me. Heather.
Here.
Michelle.
Here.
Jackie Kelly.
Here.
Gabby.
Here.
Linda.
Here.
Rebecca. Okay, Erica.
Here.
Tanya.
Here.
All right. Beth.
Here.
Gilbert will be back, I think, in a little while, and Denise.
Here.
Awesome. All right, thanks you guys. I appreciate that. Next on our agenda is the TASFA subcommittee report. Heather Fountain, our chair. I'll turn it over to you, Heather.
All right, thanks, Millette. So in case you aren't aware, the online TASFA for 24-25 was released on Leap Day, February 29th. So we were super excited about that. Institutions and K through 12 stakeholders were notified of the launch on the same day, and the website was updated to communicate the online TASFA's availability as well. The 24-25 paper TASFA still remains available in both English and Spanish, and it was released earlier this year on January 3rd. So as a reminder, there were some changes to both the paper and the online TASFA to better align with the changes for the FAFSA for 24-25. So approximately 22 questions were removed from the 24-25 TASFA. 11 questions were added and 11 questions were updated on the TASFA to align wording updates that the FAFSA made as well. So, so all good news in regards to application availability for our students. Before the launch, user acceptance testing, which included the TASFA subcommittee, was conducted, as well as smoke screen testing, which is where we're testing in production, but it's kind of hidden, so people can't see that we're testing in production. Those were both completed December through February. There were hundreds of scenarios and combinations tested in that smokescreen testing, along with A to Z application functionality. The output and cumulative files were also tested in the user acceptance testing and the smokescreen testing. And then file layouts were provided for the 24-25 online TASFA earlier in the year on January 3rd. Test files were produced and given to institutions on later that month on the 24th of January. And then follow-up test files were sent to all institutions through Move It during the smokescreen testing on February 15th. So institutions were able to test with those file layouts. Since the launch of the online TASFA for 24-25, there have been some various bugs that have been reported by users and institutions, and those are being worked and resolved as quickly as possible. I know the coordinating board is working fast and furious to get those updated so that so we can get some clean data and clean files for that information. And then institutions and stakeholders can use the TASFA landing page as a resource. So that has a lot of great information on it that students can be pointed to and that institutions can use to help answer any questions. But for now, Leah is going to take some time to answer any questions that anybody might have regarding the online TASFA for 24-25.
I'm here to answer any. Thank you, Heather. You always do such a great job filling everybody in. And I was about to chime in on the bugs piece, and I realized you went through that. We are trying to update our webpage to let users know that we're aware of some of these issues. I don't know if y'all have ever experienced this, but our software was what I would consider almost flawless when we went live. You can't ever expect things, right? Like you can't ever fully anticipate what will come through. So we are definitely working quickly to resolve any issues. The ones that we found are very minor, but because they are an impact to the user, they are an impact to the school. We are, and by school I mean institution. We are trying to keep everyone aware of our progress. And let's see, what was I going to tell you? Oh, another thing that we're working on, and it should be available soon, is the ability for users to communicate with us through an online form. And so on the webpage, what we're working on is the ability for someone to report a technical issue or to provide feedback. And so that's a mechanism that we decided would be helpful for a software that's new like this, without having to use the contact us link, which is our normal channel. We wanted something dedicated just to TASFA so that we could collect enhancement ideas. If somebody's experiencing something that is abnormal, or just, general questions and that kind of thing. So that's almost ready, and we'll be having that up on the webpage so that any kind of stakeholder can send that through. It's not limited to just students or parents. It would be institutions, high school counselors, any kind of legislator, anyone who has TASFA feedback. So that is coming. Once it's available, we'll shoot something out to everyone so you know that it's up. And then I think the only other update is maybe the counselor suite. Because TASFA was originally developed to meet the high school graduation requirement, the idea is that ICER information and TASFA information completion will go over to the counselor suite. Because the counselor suite is not being loaded with ICERs yet, since nobody has any, the TASFA files are also going to be routed at the same time as the ICERs to ensure we have a consistent flow of data. So this is more for the high school counselor side of the house. But if anyone were to ask, when are those going to be available? TASFA, we have TASFA data now, but because we want to create equity and also have, again, a consistent data flow, our goal is to release all data at the same time so that the counselor suite has all of the information in one place, for regardless of the type of application. It would just be, did they complete their financial aid application? And you would be able to go in and look and see yes or no. So that's one quick update that was not provided that I can share. And now I will stop and I will open it up for questions. I'll give one more update in just a second. It's like the first time I haven't had to see a hand or question on TASFA. Okay, so just before we transition off of TASFA, one quick update. I have worked on TASFA, I think, technically my entire time at the coordinating board. I inherited it 7 or 8 years ago, just the paper form. I've worked on it every year since. I did the full development of TASFA, and I am sad and happy to also say in the same breath that I'm transitioning that off of my role. And Deshay's team, since I'm in a different position now, they'll be continuing the work. The fantastic news is the team that's taking it on has been with me this whole time. So they are just as knowledgeable, if not more knowledgeable than me. And so we will be kind of shifting all of that over. I'll still be helping to support the TASFA from the policy side of the house. But all of that, all the good work is still continuing. We'll still have a committee. We'll still be doing updates to the online and the paper form. It's just that my involvement will shift a little bit. So just wanted to give that little change, because since I've been kind of the TASFA guru for so long, you can still continue to reach out, but Deshay and I are transitioning that more onto her side of the house. And then it will be overseen by Laura DeGrush now. She's taking on the TASFA as the primary contact, and we'll be working with institutions and the committee and everything else. So excited to share that news. And if y'all have any questions, oh, Denise, I see your hand up. I was sad I wasn't going to get a question. Just kidding.
I can't let you not have a question. And I ask this question every time, and you tell me the same answer every time, and that's okay. I just want to keep it in the forefront. You know, that's kind of my job. So importing those TASFAs into our system has always been problematic because we are on a very antiquated system. Will there be a template that we could import the online TASFAs into at some point that we could actually print out and put in a student's file?
We don't have that as a current part of our next year's scope to create like an ICER, if you will, because as you know, right now we send a daily file that has anyone included in the prior day's submissions. It is, you know, and you could hypothetically just delete everybody and individually create a file, I suppose. But I've always liked that concept. I think that somewhere where we were trying to get eventually is to have an institutional access to where you could log in and print your own. Not the greatest. I know that's not, especially if you have a high volume of TASFAs, but that is on one of the concepts we had was we have an internal admin portal that we had to build because we want to be able to support schools and student callers. But then we're trying to look at expanding that eventually so that similar to anything right now where you could log into the TASFA and look up a student if they've chosen your institution. And then from that, you would be able to go, and if they have a submitted one, you would be able to access that. So again, I don't know when that is going to happen because all of that takes, you know, security, testing, all of those things, but it's definitely something that we've talked about. But I do like the question. Please continue to bring it up. We have so many wish list items and ideas that we've come up with over the past few years. So that's also where that kind of survey form that I mentioned will be good, because that will allow us to collect things from the school and keep them in kind of an inventory, and we'll be able to prioritize enhancements and changes. I think that that's a really good one to have. But for now, my recommendation is you can download the CSV. I don't know compliance or audit wise if that would suffice, but you would be able to have that and then remove the other students, save a copy, and then potentially put it in the file, because the CSV file does have the headers on it that indicates which question it belongs with versus the CSV or the text file is just, you know, big old string of fun. So CSV is much more similar to an ICER in the sense it shows you which one it is. It's just obviously the wrong direction. So you could also potentially reformat it to be more easy to digest if you were going to consider it as like a student record for their file. So we have it down. Always appreciate the input and the feedback, and if anyone's listening on the TASFA team, make sure you got that one down. Any other questions? Once the files, so one of the bugs, just so everybody knows, is that there is issues with the batch files. Some of them are having characters in there that should not be. So we're fixing that. Once it's resolved, we'll send out a notice just so you know that it's, you know, it's operational again. It doesn't seem to be affecting as people unless you've had it coded to do an import. That's at least what I understand the issue is. The schools that have been able to successfully create some kind of import or, automated process, that's affecting those. If you're just manually looking at the files, then you should be able to quickly just input those into your FAM system and calculate based on your vendor software. Okay, for real, I'm done. I'm sorry. One more thing. All right, Millette, I'm officially done.
I'm going to take you at your word, Leah. Thank you. Thanks, Heather and Leah, for those updates. Really appreciate that. Next on our agenda is hearing from our friends in our high school districts. Lisa was not able to join us today, but I believe Erica has some updates for us. Erica?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I always have that fear that I'm going to be talking away and nobody can hear me and it's being live streamed. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I'm going to just put it out there.
Erica, before you start, it is a little hard to hear you on my end. You just kind of sound far away. So
okay, let me try to see if I can raise my volume.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if there's a microphone volume.
Hello? Better?
Sounds the same,
Not at
but
all?
it's okay. I mean, maybe.
Well, alrighty, I'm just gonna raise my voice and hopefully I'm projecting a bit better and you all can hear me. I tend to be soft-spoken to begin with. People around me might disagree, but whatever. So good afternoon, everyone. Better? Yes? This is a horrible, horrible time for high school counselors. This year of transition is, I can't describe it as anything else other than painful, heartbreaking, and quite frankly, discriminatory for a huge chunk of my particular students. So for those who may not know or be aware, my campus and my district is located right on the Texas-Mexico border. And I truly hadn't realized how many of my students have at least one parent who does not have a social. Oh, wow. I am at least in the 40 to 60% range, which is astounding that I am at a standstill with so many students and families. It's really hard to give families hope when we don't have answers, other than to tell them we're here with you, you're not alone. But the chaos with parents with no socials, it's extremely painful. Some are not even able to create logins at all, much less get a hold of the Department of Ed for a Mandra case number. The few that are able to get through, able to get the case numbers and able to submit documentation and finally get validated have IDs, FSA IDs that don't work. And they're all at the back of the metaphorical line for aid because of this delay. This is also affecting students' ability to qualify for a lot of national and state scholarships. And no one seems to have any procedures in place to account for this delay that is no fault of the families. And they're just being disqualified in some cases. We recently did get notification, Department of Ed essentially said, just submit a broken FAFSA and fix it later. I can't help but fundamentally disagree with it, only because we don't even know what fixing is going to entail. How hard is that going to be? How time consuming is that going to be? Does that continue to put them at the back of the medical court? No. Will it just eliminate them out of the line until the FAFSA is fixed so that they can then get in line? And we're really just trying to guide the families as best as we can, depending on what the students are in need. If it's just for graduation purposes, we're telling them just wait for us. If it's for a national or state scholarship that has a hard deadline that will not budge, you know what, then we'll just submit what we can, this watered down, broken version of it. However, that is going to flag for all of your schools later, and we're going to have to play cleanup with every single school later. And because every single school has their own procedures and is going to have their own hoops to jump through with a tsunami of applications to process. How nice or efficient is their verification process going to be? It's painful and it's heartbreaking for everyone involved. Having no clear instructions from the Department of Ed to us counselors to truly help guide the parents has also been painful. A very clear checklist would have been extremely helpful. We had no idea what a MANVER case number was. Every single thing I know about FAFSA right now, the current FAFSA, I learned from January 8th, which was the day that we got back from break. I've learned from the 8th until now. I feel like I cold learned everything in the hard way. And I have had to just give this disclaimer to every single student that I work with. I apologize in advance because we're learning together. I truly do feel that we are building the plane as we fly it. And the idea of that, because planes are supposed to be extremely safe, test upon test before we even get on there. No, we're building it as we go. So a couple of recommendations I think would have been extremely helpful to help this make, I don't know about how efficient it would have been, but at least less painful. For FSAID, Department of Ed, to provide either a different phone number for parents in that very specific situation, or at least a dial 666 if you are in this situation, to divert those families and separate them from the regular sea of people coming in. You know, the fact that they didn't just change the application, but they also changed the rules in regards to financial contributor. There's so many questions that it all bottlenecked together. And at least trying to separate that would have been nicer for everyone involved. And hopefully that's something they might take into account. The level of customer service has ranged between parents being hung up on as soon as the agents realize that they are Spanish speaking, to even in the chat, some are very quick to just, oh, you've been a little quiet for 60 seconds, I'm gonna hang up on you, here we go again, to extremely helpful. Yes, let me explain to you what you're going to need and let me get you that case number, to some just saying, you know what, no, call, we're not gonna help you via chat. Well, I have two students sitting right next to each other, both trying to do that chat system. One gets help from an agent, the other one doesn't. And I mean, other than to just me tell them like, they didn't like you, try again. And trying to bring some humor into it, but truthfully, it ranges. And that's been really hard for a lot of students and families, especially because some can already have a chip on their shoulder about this application, about feeling a certain way about why do I have to jump these hoops? Why does my family have to jump these hoops? And my neighbor bestie has no problems. And they're moving forward in their application process. They're moving forward in their scholarship process. And I can't get this, institution can't consider me for X, Y, or Z scholarships because they need this application on file. It's painful. And right now I'm still playing with the students that actively want help. I haven't even gotten to the ones that run away from me when they see me coming. And I need to graduate these 500 seniors. And I'm stuck with maybe the first top 40%. I got another 60 to go. And that is going to be interesting in the last 2.5 months of school, we graduate them in 60 days. I'm doing this a lot more, and just saying you're not alone. We're here with you, and as soon as we have answers, we will communicate that with you. But chaos and hopefully more organization with customer service, ability to contact them, having shared with us that a chat feature was available versus only the phone would have been very, very hopeful. That's what I've got. Let me know what your thoughts are. Yes, Miss Linda.
One thing that we've just heard, and I haven't had anyone say this to me at my school, but I've heard that some students are saying they're just going to set this year out, that they're just not even going to try to do FAFSA. And I understand it's a graduation requirement, but are you dealing with that where students just say, forget it, I don't want to do it this year?
I'm really, really trying to avoid that as much as possible because I personally frown upon just doing a FAFSA refusal form. I always pitch it to the students in a way that says, you know what, let's do this. And if it turns out you don't want college, it didn't work out, or you go military, or you just, that's not for you, that's fine. I'd rather the money be there and you choose to walk away from it than you tell me in the last week of school, you decide your life changed, you had an aha moment, come to Jesus moment, and you want college. I'm not magical. There's only so much that I can do if you change your mind at a certain level. So let's just play with you, just like I'm working with everyone else. But there are a few that have just said, never mind. Thank you, next. No. And it's heartbreaking for me because I know they would have had a different reaction. They would have had a different experience had I just been able to get them results. And once they see the results and they qualify, oh, kid, you know what? Maybe you hadn't considered it, but now you are considering it. Considering for my community, the college going culture is not overtly strong. I have that much more work to do to get them there. So I'm starting to see that. I'm starting to see the give up part. And that's where I'm telling them, please don't, because if you do give up, it's easier for you. Yes. Can I graduate you? Yes. And that's one less stress. But I don't want that for you. I really, really want to see a FAFSA. I really want to see your results. And also, no one else in their educational career is going to get their hands dirty as much as I'm willing to with them in this process. Let me sit down with you right now and let's chat with Department of Ed. Let's do that. Let's try to reset that parent password. Let's try to contact mom. Did you get that security code? Let's try. You graduate in 60 days. That there won't be someone like me that can, or for a lot of our students are not going to be able or willing to do that. And if we can figure it out now, do it right now, then a year or two and they choose to go back, it's all smooth. And it's just a matter of choice. So I really do want to rip the Band-Aid as painful as it is. And I'm telling them, it should never be this painful again. We can just figure it out right now. So don't give up on me. Miss Denise, yes.
Well, Erica, I will say that I feel you. I really do, because I work with our service area high school counselors, and we're hearing the same thing. Now we're on the opposite end of the world from you. I'm close to Louisiana, but we still have that same problem. We have students whose parents do not have socials, and it's something that I'm very passionate about, that we are losing students.
Yeah.
I will say this, that our national organization of student financial aid administrators is talking to the Department of Education every day. And they're pushing them for us, and they're lobbying for us, and they are doing the best that they can do to get some answers for us. And as we get answers for you, we will try to pass them on to you, and hopefully it'll all come out better in the wash, so to speak. And it's gonna be different in a couple of months. And for you, unfortunately, that's graduation. And your hands are tied at that point. And that breaks my heart, because you're right. We have a very unique population that's getting left behind, and it is not fair.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Denise, for your words. I agree. Ms. Rochelle?
Yeah, I was just going to mention, we same as Denise, we feel the same pain because we're meeting with those students. We see, you know, the stopping points and the issues, and we've called with, you know, the parents and the students there. We've been there, you know, with those students as well. I can't speak, I can only speak for my institution, and we are looking at holding some of those funds so that when we do have late comers or late applicants, that we can at least still have some funds to go ahead and award that group of students. So I could speak for a few other institutions that I've talked to that we're doing the same sort of thing. Sorry, my lights go off. And so I know that's not a great source of encouragement, but just know that we're thinking of that particular population, and we do plan to hold some of that money so that we can hopefully encourage them to still enroll come fall.
Thank you. I can't tell you how much that means. Honestly, we're being very open with the students. That's the minimum. That's really all we can do, is be very transparent. And I'm being honest to tell them, look, you're going to get different reactions from different schools. Some are going to play nice and some are not. And you're really that's going to make you, it's going to help you make that final decision at the end as to where you're going to go. So these are deal-breaking reactions and interactions that the students and the families are going to have with families right at the very end. And I think an institution's support or lack thereof of this situation and these students is going to be very telling, and it's going to teach students and families in Texas who's there for them and who's going to play nice. And it might shift where, you know, I'm used to seeing a big chunk of our students go in one way, but this might be a deal breaker, and we're going to start to see it go in different directions. So I think it's an opportunity for those institutions that, you know, it's a competitive game. You know, how can we get kids in our higher ed schools? Who's going to play nice with them? And this is a great opportunity for those that want to take advantage. So I am curious to see how it's all going to play out. But at the high school level, high schools are now having to make a decision. Are we doing the refusal just to graduate them? Are we waiting to see if it's going, or are we doing a broken, messed up FAFSA for now, potentially continuing to play with it this summer to fix? Or are we just legitimately waiting and see what we can do right before graduation? Thankfully, my district, shout out to Piaget, it has versions of me for students. They're called college transitional specialists. I continue to work with our graduates past high school, so in through the summer. But I know a lot of school districts don't even have a me, and there may not be someone that will continue to work with them post high school graduation. So I think high schools are really having to pivot and plan how they're going to finish the year and clear these kids. It's starting to come down to a question of quality versus quantity. How do we just legitimately get them graduated, and then do we not want to mess them up so that they can continue work with their FAFSA in the summer and get still cleared, God willing, should they want college for fall semester? To be continued.
I wanted to.
Any questions?
Oh, I don't have questions. I just, well, maybe I do. So one thing that is quite a challenge, always has been, is, the coordinating board communicates heavily with institutions, and then we do have connections with K through 12 and counselors through different mediums, but predominantly it's institutions, because that's kind of how our support system is set up. One of the things that we sent out was obviously the update to priority deadline. We did send that out to institutions. We sent it out through K through 12. We kind of put it social media, official media posts, all the kind of ways we could get it out. So the assumption is that everyone knows that the priority deadline has been extended. But one of the pieces in the institutional notification that was unique, I think, was the fact that we did put, institutions really should be honoring this workaround concept for these students that have this unique situation, so that essentially you are putting funds aside. You are trying to accommodate that so that there is equity in this funding and whatnot. I guess my question back is, certain schools are going to be able to do it different ways based on how they award and their whole process, but just kind of curious, did you see that piece? How is that being handled? And Beth, I see your hand up, so I don't know if you were going to chime in on that in particular, but in the notice, it simply says, schools have the flexibility to decide how the student meets the priority deadline for the schools that are required, which are the general academic teaching institutions. Mm-hmm. Everyone else, the date is kind of, you can use it, but it's not required. And then it goes on to say, those that don't have a social, they should be honored if they go in and do that workaround process by the institutions. So it's, saying like, come up with a game plan to ensure you have something in place. So I was just curious, y'all's thoughts on that, and maybe giving some relief to the thought that schools are planning to try and do something so that they don't just be like, nope, sorry, we've got to move on with the people that submitted and you're left behind. I think that most institutions are trying to figure out a way to put funds aside because of this unique situation this year. But since I don't know, I'd love to hear from the schools.
From the school point of view, from the high school point of view, I am telling students, if you're just worried about aid coming your way, then I'd rather do the FAFSA correctly the first time and wait than to turn in the workaround to honor a date, but you are going to get put through the ringer with verification. And how quickly is each institution going to be able to process yours when they finally get to yours? Because it's technically at the back of the line after they've gotten a sea of tsunami of other FAFSAs that have been coming in since January. And then every single institution has their hoops to jump. And I don't know what that process is going to look like, how each institution is how efficient, how quick, how nice. I don't want them to do the workaround. I really do want it. I am pushing for them to do it correctly the first time, even if that means that they're at the back of the line, with the hopes that institutions know these kids are coming, only because I don't know how bad it's going to be to fix it. The workaround it's a Band-Aid and it's not a solution. And I am not going to be around after 60 days to be a part of the explosion, the verification fun of it. And they're going to experience that without me. So I would rather, like, okay, we're at the back of the line, but it's right. Now it's correct. Now everything they wanted is there. We were just waiting for parent verification. We were just waiting for them to have access. So as I start to see that that's not the case, maybe the app is not getting fixed, then you know what, kiddo, just to get you in more metaphorical line, fine. Let's go ahead and do the workaround. I don't like it, but it is what it is. I'm going to be honest. I don't, not that I don't want to have faith in our higher institutions, but each one, every single one, oh, I don't want them to do it. I don't want the students to have to do that, if that makes sense.
I hear you. Beth, you were going to chime in.
Sure. Yeah, actually, you touched on what my comment was going to be about. And yeah, we absolutely did see in the notice about honoring the workaround, which I think every school will, not that I can speak for them, but our concern is just what you articulated, Erica, is that the workaround, it's messy, it's confusing, and also in my opinion, it looks like it has the risk of not having aid in place in a timely fashion, where if there's no award letter because they have a rejected SAI, and then we don't know how timely anything will be, are we putting the students even further behind by advising them to do this workaround? So right now we have the information on our website, but we don't have something where we're recommending it. We're being really careful with our wording, but we also are conscious that a lot of the students we're talking to, we don't know that they're necessarily going to come to our school. They could be going to another school, and there could be a scholarship that they're applying to that is very strict. And so we're very, very conscious of that. So I don't have a great answer for that. The setting aside the funding, I don't think is what a lot of us are worried about. It's the communication to students and making sure that we don't get them into a stickier situation. So thank you for your input, Erica. It was really, really helpful.
Thank you, Beth. That's what I was trying to touch on in a less graceful manner. I'm not sure how eloquent I was, but that is my biggest concern, that in trying to just get them in line, metaphorically speaking, for their aid, that application is not good, and the hoops they'll have to jump through to get that fixed is going to be, in and of itself, more painful, more time consuming, and worse. I would feel personally that I would have set up this family to then do it by themselves, because they're going to be doing that in May, when I may no longer go close to graduation, or worse, in the summer. So it's a balance. I'm just really trying to see what, after spring break, what this is going to look like, and then I'm going to present it to families and let them choose. And I really do feel that this is a family decision, because I can tell them what to do, and students are used to doing as they're told. But a big part of what I try to empower them with is, you guys have to start making decisions about everything. Your job is to get information and data. My job is to present that information, those opportunities, and you guys make an informed decision. So let me inform you, and then you guys run with it. Because at the end of the day, it's your application, your name on it. You're the one that has to, you will reap the rewards, or you will suffer the consequences of whatever it is your family is deciding. And I really do want them to know what they're getting into in that decision-making process. So presenting to them what their choices are, and then letting them move forward is my plan.
Any other comments for Erica? Erica, thank you. I'm really grateful for all of the public school employees in our state, and particularly this year, our counselors. Just really, really grateful. So
thank you. No, I am so honored to be a part of an advisory board like this, because I feel like it really does take out the in-between, all the middlemen, and it's just us and y'all and the high powers that be, and we can really tell you what we see and what we're experiencing. And the fact that our opinions are being voiced and heard, I'm grateful, and I am thankful to be a part of an advisory board like this. So thank you all for the opportunity.
Okay. Let's go on to next on our agenda is a new sort of concept that we've come up with. And I'm gonna throw Leah under the bus to talk about it. She knew I was going to. I mean, we didn't talk about it, but she knew enough about me that I would do that. So Leah, tell the group what we talked about and what we kind of envisioned this part of the agenda to be like.
Okay, so one of the things that, we do this every meeting, we kind of get the end and we say, hey, what are your ideas? What do y'all want to talk about? And there's crickets, right? Like, nobody wants to really talk about. So we were trying to find a segment in our meeting to really share best practices, accomplishments, things that are going on at your school that you want to share with this particular committee to create new ideas for your school. So, because I mean, we typically come together to talk about things that are controversial or challenges. We just had this really great conversation, and again, Erica, thank you for sharing, because I'm telling you, at the coordinating board level, we think all day long about impacts and things like that, but hearing the actual scenarios, what's really going on, helps drive decisions and communications and everything else. So we want to continue to hear that kind of stuff all the time. But this particular segment, we were thinking, wouldn't it be nice to talk about things that are happening at the institution level or at the school district that are big deals? What do you have going on that is, did you just launch a software? Did you have some kind of national recognition? Did you have a new area within your department that is doing something great? It was really like trying to create positivity by sharing stuff about financial aid or things that are going on. It doesn't have to be related to state financial aid or Title IV or anything like that. It's really an idea to talk about, what do you have going on in your world that you want to keep others informed about, to provide that as maybe a goal for others. So because we didn't send this out in advance, there's no expectation that people are just going to immediately know what to share or anything like that. We just wanted to introduce the concept. And I think I did ask Millette, like, hey, maybe come up with an idea that you could share, but I don't know. We don't have to necessarily do that today, but think about it for next time as you prepare and you're like, oh, I really want to tell the world about this great thing that happened at my school. We put in this new form and it's just making the biggest difference ever. I see hands going up, so this is great, because maybe I'll get to hear something awesome. But that's, you can see, we came up with this little acronym. I will not take credit for it. I did not do this, so I think it's fantastic. Renee is the one that coordinates this fantastic meeting, so I'm going to give her credit. She came up with this. So it's goals, achievements, progress, and solutions. And so I will turn the torch. I think, Linda, your hand went up first, I believe, or maybe it's Jackie, but feel free to share.
Okay, I was just going to share, we're all in the same boat. None of us have FAFSAs, and of course, everybody wants to know. So what we started doing at my school are financial aid estimates. So we ask student a couple of questions. We say, if you filed FAFSA and you have an email with your SAI, send us a screenshot. Otherwise, we send them to the federal estimator and we have them do an estimated SAI. And we've done hundreds of financial aid estimates, and we're being very honest and saying these are estimates, based on how good the information is you gave us. That's how good it, because we know our cost of attendance, and if we know their SAI, we can pretty much tell them what the award's going to be. So they get an email back, and we also text them saying your financial aid estimate is ready, but we have them meet with a financial aid counselor. So we send them their booking links. So we have students who are meeting face-to-face with their financial aid counselor right now to talk about financial aid and the net price. And all I can say is we're doing this with the best intentions, and I hope that their FAFSAs look just like their SAIs that we're talking about. But what I have found is that most of the students that are asking for an estimate are the very, very needy students. But that makes sense. They're very nervous about whether or not they can afford it. And so we say, yeah, here's your merit, here's your federal, here's your state, so we're able to have a good conversation. And we're just trying to do that to help ourselves in the future, because we all know what's about to happen.
That's amazing, Linda. I mean, honestly, I think all of us probably are sitting in a place where, maybe some of us don't have the wherewithal to do that, or some of, our populations are ginormous and we don't have enough humans, but that is really something to celebrate. I mean, that's, I think there's, well, I know there are thousands of schools across the country who've not gotten to that place. So congrats. That's really cool.
Yes, thanks.
We would like them to deposit and come register next month. So I had to do something.
I hear you. Very cool. Jackie, I think you were next. Yeah.
Okay. This is not, well, I guess this is a big achievement, but for the past 2 years, we have been working on transitioning from the Illusion Colleague system to Workday. So we are one of the first schools in Texas to be on Workday for the student system. We will have our fall registration done totally in Workday. So not only are we dealing with the SAI and the fact that we don't have authors, but we don't even know how we're going to get the authors into Workday or anything, but I know it's going to all work out. And, it showed we've got a really great financial aid team. Everybody has just all been working together, along with, our IT staff and everything. But if we were still in college, I kind of know some things we could try to be doing for at least our current students. But with us going into the Workday system, I'm afraid to even try because, of course, we're going to be in 2 different systems here for the next, the next several months. And Workday actually went live for us this past Monday. So now, everybody's applying in Workday and all that stuff. So anyway, whenever y'all are thinking about how bad life is, just be grateful that you don't have a new FAM system coming on board too, okay? And we would appreciate
y'all decide to go to Workday, you know who to call. Call Jackie Allen.
Right.
Well, and if any of you are on Workday or know anything about it, please share. Thank y'all.
Yeah, and this is exactly the kind of stuff that we were talking about is even though it feels like an obstacle, it's still an accomplishment. You just went live with a new system in a very hectic time. And, others now that might be listening that are planning to transition to that software, or maybe they're trying to decide, like, it's connecting people with solutions, ideas, things that you just, I think putting positivity out there right now is very important with our climate. And so this is our attempt to do that. So, Erica?
So in light of, I'm gonna project now because I know that I'm a whisperer. Okay, so in light of financially being so delayed and students, as they're not having those conversations about what their expenses are, we really wanted to just push hard on local scholarships since we know that some national and state scholarships aren't able to kick in. So we reached out to our campus and we reached out to our community and, hey, adopt a senior. Who out there would want to give a local scholarship? And even though we have a really strong local scholarship program, we really, really became intentional this year. And I was that person that hunted down some of our staff. You're an alum. Look, you're in a blessed place. No matter what's going on, think of what it was like way back when you were in high school, even if it was $100 scholarship. Something, pay it forward. If ever you were grateful for anyone in your life that helped you get to where you are now, and you're not, how to show that gratefulness, pay it forward, give a scholarship. So we've partnered up with several different, old lady down the street likes us, and the business around the corner, we buy sweetbread from them all day. So we're really reaching out, and I am glad to say that our scholarship program over $150,000, and that's just 1,000 from here. I'll take your 1,000. Thank you. An RV park of Winter Texans. Love them. They normally give us 15 $1,000 scholarships, and this year they're giving us $21,000. That's them fundraising. That's them having their, little sales and food markets and whatnot, and or saying, you know what, I am going to sell off a couple of my items and I am leaving the money to the scholarship program. Oh, that reminds me why I love what I do. So the shout out to the community and to all the people out there who have been so supportive of our students and our families this year and paying it forward. Yay.
That's super exciting, Erica. That's awesome. I can't believe that's a pretty big jump too on the increase on funding. That's a lot. It's one thing to go up like 1,000, but that's a
no, I'm
very
tenacious.
huge accomplishment. Awesome.
I'm looking at people left and right like, oh my God, those are lovely shoes. You have much money. And shopping at Walmart. Oh, I remember you. Together. Don't you want to give me your money?
Yes, awesome. Who else out there before we move forward? So again, this is in no way needs to be a long segment, just a quick, time that we can share and come up with some ideas as a group, because that's, we often get busy in our day-to-days. We don't get to share a lot of solutions and things that we've been up to in our own offices. And I don't know about you, but life is very busy. So it's nice to just listen and come up with some new ideas. But I don't see any hands up. So Millette, I'll turn it back over to you.
All right. Great. Well, thank you, Linda and Jackie and Erica. Really appreciate you kicking that new agenda part off for us. I think I don't know how you did it, but all three of you did exactly what we envisioned. So we really appreciate that. I when we were talking about this prior to the meeting, I think I don't remember who said it, but someone was like, yeah, when was the last time you had a meeting about something that was working well? Like, that's not right. Most of our days are spent working on things that are not working well. So just to take a few minutes occasionally and, separate, think about celebrating those, accomplishments, even, I got to work today. That's an accomplishment, just they don't have to be huge or, dramatic. So really appreciate everybody being open to share those things with us. All right, next, Beth Tolan is going to give us our data collection subcommittee update. Beth?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Well, I am the new chair to this subcommittee, so bear with me. The data collection subcommittee, we met on February 29th. We briefly discussed the 24-25 online TASPA, but everything was already covered, but the email went out as we were speaking, so that was exciting for us. Next, we discussed the 23-24 FAD reporting cycles, and a reminder that beginning with the 23-24 FAD cycle 1 is no longer required. So institutions will need to submit cycle 2 and cycle 3 using the deadlines that are posted in the 23-24 FAD manual. And then just wanted to reiterate that it's critical that schools meet all the deadlines, including that initial submission and then our verification and certification deadlines. So that's really important that we make sure we meet those deadlines. Let's see, the FAD 23-24 has 3 new data elements. They're listed in the FAD manual as new. So you'll see in red it says new, but just briefly, it's the Texas Transfer Grant, the Texas Leadership Scholars, and then the Nursing Scholarship. And then lastly, on FAD reporting, the 24-25 FAD manual is being worked on with a goal of releasing in June 24. The manual is being updated to account for the 24-25 FASPA and data security updates. We then briefly discussed the intent to participate notice, the one that went out inadvertently from the GAP platform. It went out last week, and then a retraction was sent. The retraction was sent on March 1st. Let's see. We discussed the transfer request process. The GAP platform, the request tile for transfer requests, it's been experiencing issues that prevents us from submitting the requests. The CB will notify us once that has been resolved. We also discussed the award history file process that is loaded via the MoveIt DMZ. It's currently experiencing difficulties. The committee members, they conveyed the issues that this causes for us in awarding. And so it was requested that this be addressed as soon as possible, and also asked if it would be possible in the interim to restore the prior way that we would do the award history validation. Let's see, we discussed the intent to participate process for educational aid exemption for the financial aid for Swift Transport or FAAC and the Texas transfer grant. The age year 25 invitation to participate for these programs will be sent to all eligible institutions in the next few weeks. Let's see. We discussed the Texas First Scholarship Program. There were a couple of updates to the rules. Effective September 1st, it's now all Texas public institutions of higher education can participate. Formerly, it was limited to 10. The rules were updated to clarify aid year and term definitions. The roster that the CB supplies us was updated to include the date of high school graduation, and also the date the roster was issued was moved to column G. We were notified that updated rosters would be available on Friday, March 1st, and they were, via your grant output folder in MoveIt. We were also given a reminder that there is not an email notification when files are generated. So we need to ourselves have a schedule for checking our MoveIt folder. And also the Texas First Scholarship training will be provided during the CB's March 21st webcast. Let's see. We discussed the transfer grant. The intent to participate will be sent out for both aid year 24 and aid year 25. And the invitation will go to your financial aid directors. So institutions will be allocated funds for spring 24. And we can award that to eligible students. We did discuss that the criteria would be very similar to Texas grant, but I'll just throw in there that financial aid directors, we all received a notice March 5th that outlined the some of the eligibility there. And then funding for that program will be through the GAP platform. Let's see. And then lastly, the committee discussed changing the name of the subcommittee. So for the data collection subcommittee, the reason for the request was because the subcommittee was initially put in place, I believe, for the FAAC updates that were done in 2017, 2018. And since then, the charge has evolved to include and to shared some details of policy development, collaborating on the creation and review of financial aid policies to ensure they align with organizational goals and industry best practices, program enhancement, identifying areas of improvement for existing processes, and proposing innovative solutions to enhance efficiency and effectiveness, review and evaluation, participating in the review and evaluation of financial aid applications, forms, and guidelines. And so a few names were suggested, but the one that we landed on was Financial Aid Operations Subcommittee. And those are the end of my notes, but does anyone have any questions for me? Or Leah or Deshay, I should say.
You did great, Beth. I don't have any questions for you.
Thank you all.
She's like, let me hop off. Wait, before we move on, let's go back to that last piece here. Like skimmed right over that. So the last piece that Beth brought up was this concept of during this last meeting with the what is now called the data collection subcommittee. It was identified that over the years it's evolved. And so the idea to bring back to this larger group was, do we feel like we want to rename that subcommittee, since originally they were charged with, let's look at FAACs. And then it's like, now let's look at FAACs and select a service. And then let's look at FAACs and select a service and these other eligibility criteria. And it's just really gone down a totally different path over the years. So because the subcommittees are things that we developed as the FAAC to help support and inform us, it came up like, well, I don't know if that name totally covers the extent of what that committee does. And so the two that are there was Program and Process Advice. Wait, I am so blind I can't read it. That's okay. Program and Processes Advisory Committee or Financial Aid Operations Subcommittee. We can come up with others, but it was really just bringing it back to the larger group to make sure that you concur that that's a good change so that it more accurately reflects what that subcommittee looks at, discusses, and things like that. So any thoughts on changing the name? Is anyone opposed to changing the name, I guess, is where we should start. Oh, good. We can just change it to whatever we want. I'm just kidding. So out of the two that are there and kind of hearing the updates over the last, few meetings, again, the committee is there to hear out things that we have questions on. So Deshay typically, and Deshay, I don't want to speak for you, but, typically presents things to this particular committee, like, here's what we have going on. Help us think through it. And so again, that goes well beyond data. So Deshay, do you have anything to add? But before we kind of talk through what a good committee name would be?
No, I think Beth did a good job highlighting where the committee is at this point. And as you can see on this, what's being shared as far as the 3 areas that this committee has over the years covered, like it was mentioned, policy development, program enhancement, and review and evaluation, I think sums up a lot of what we've done over the course of these several years. And as Beth had mentioned, one of the names that we probably landed closer to as far as leaning more towards was that second bullet one with financial aid operations subcommittee. And I think it was because a lot of the things are in essence somewhat operational. Once it kind of funnels through the policy development, you have to implement it, right? So it becomes somewhat operational, and a lot of the feedback is provided from committee members on how best to implement something. What should we be looking at as a policy in order for these things to be administered or implemented, which is why the committee members were leaning towards something that still represented the fact that we look at financial aid as a whole, but then the operational pieces of it as well. So, but happy to hear any other, feedback or recommendation, but this is just what the committee had leaned towards at that during that meeting on the 29th of February.
And I will admit, I don't know, Millette, if this requires a vote, because I mean, I think it's something where we could make sure that we document that the committee was in agreement that it would change. But don't know if it's necessary. I just feel like it's helpful to have something that's like, okay, here's our reason. Does everyone agree? And so there's no confusion a year from now, like, wait, when did that change?
That up. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, unless one of my learned colleagues from the coordinating board knows differently, it appears to me there's nothing that I've seen in the rules that, we have to vote on it. But I think just, open up for discussion. Obviously, we didn't have anyone say, no, you must leave it. Data sub, so I think there's openness there. But I'm really interested. I like financial aid operations subcommittee. I think that's very, as Deshay said, like, yes, policy development is a little bit different than operations, but at the end of the day, a policy has to be implemented. So it all comes down to operations eventually. So I think that's a good name, but I'm very interested in what the rest of the group thinks, or if there are other terminology that you think really describes best what this committee does. They do a lot. So any other feedback? No.
I like that one too. I mean, that's just my opinion. I think the name suits what the goals are of that group. So I think it works well.
I am on the committee as well, so I think the name is fine.
Awesome. Thanks, Cecilia.
Mm-hmm.
Yay, Becca,
right, cool.
about to be rebranded.
Look at you.
We have a new name.
Woohoo! Okay. That's right. Very cool. Beth, thank you for that great update. Really appreciate it. Very thorough. And it helps us remember all the great things that your subcommittee does. So really appreciate that. All right, Deshay, it is all you, my friend. Office of Student Financial Aid Program update.
Well, I realize I am standing in between you and another break and lunch and stretching your legs. So I'll have, I'll make this pretty quick because a lot of it has in some other areas been covered. So I'm just going to kind of go over just a few things just to make sure that everyone has the information or knows where to get the information. So we are in the midst of working on our 24-25 program guidelines. So they are under review. The idea is that we will try to get all the guidelines out, maybe in a phased approach, at least by the, you'll start seeing them by the end of next month, at the end of April, to start releasing some of these guidelines. So you will have something more tangible to have in your hands when you're trying to administer any of these programs to your students. We also released some recent memos. I think it was already discussed that on March 5th, we released the Texas transfer grant. We provided kind of an overarching understanding about the program. It applies to our public universities and health-related institutions. We are planning to send out an intent to participate invitation, which I was working on earlier to get out to those eligible institutions, and transfer grant will be on that intent to participate invitation. And we're also going to go ahead and develop a 23-24 kind of fact sheet, just because the way transfer grant is set up, you will be able to have funding for this spring 24. So we want to make sure that institutions have something available to administer the program for the spring. And then we'll also provide 24-25 guidelines for the program as well. And we released some information about Texas First, which Beth had went over on the 29th of February. And like she said, we did upload rosters on that Friday, March 1st. And we've already talked about the release of the online TASFA. And then we've also sent out some important deadlines and information regarding our programs on the 27th of February. Another thing that we've included on that state reminder and state reminder that we sent out was that we do have a new form, which is our SFAP training request form. So for anyone who is interested in my area coming out, we have a resource development team of newly formed, kind of rebranded resource development team that does a lot of different trainings. We've just finished participating in regional training. We have one more, as Denise had mentioned earlier, but we are willing to come out to your institution to also help with any individual training with your staff, as well as do any virtual training as well with your staff. So if you're interested in doing any training specifically for your institution over specific things, then we do have an SFAP training request form that is on our SFAP webpage. And then lastly, we have some upcoming deadlines. So for those who are still wanting to participate in the FAAC program, you have until March 15th to opt into the program. We are going to be sending out, along with, I mentioned that transfer grant intent to participate, you will see 3 programs on the intent to participate invitation. It will be FAAC, transfer grant, and educational aid. So those 3 programs we will be inviting institutions to participate in. Transfer grant, it will be both for the 23-24 as well as the 24-25 fiscal year. Educational aid and FAAC will be for 24-25. We will send out the invitation to directors of financial aid and presidents because FAAC is going to be included on there. So you may want to talk with the presidents or other leadership as it relates to the FAAC program if you're planning to participate. One thing I did want to note about FAST is that when we rolled out the program, we rolled out the participation for a semester. So you could participate either fall or spring. However, going into 24-25 year, it would be for the full year that you're going to either opt in or opt out. It is not set up on a semester basis. So that's a key thing to keep in mind, especially as you're having those discussions. On March 15th is also a deadline for those institutions who are participating in the Good Neighbor program. That is the deadline date to submit your recommendation forms through our CB Pass portal. We just sent out a friendly reminder this week reminding institutions to submit that. We had a pretty low volume of applications, and as we embark on the spring break coming up, for those who plan to take spring break, we realize that March 15th will kind of land during that time. So we want to ensure that people do get their forms in. And then lastly, we have for the private institutions, your 22-23 TEG engagement report. For those of you who may still need to submit that, you have until April 15th to get that submitted. We did change how you submit that. You don't directly send it to me anymore. You will have to upload that, or your external auditor will upload that into a submission portal to send out that report. And we don't have any past deadlines at this point. And I think earlier we talked about a webcast that we are trying to schedule during March 21st. It could change, but if it does, we will update our spring calendar as well as send out information as to when we're going to offer that. We will be talking about the online TASFA. We will be talking about the transfer request, about once it does get fixed. How do you actually do that through GAP? Because that's a new process. Then doing a form, if you guys are very familiar with having to fill out that PDF form. So that has gone away and everything now is in GAP. We will go over the transfer grant program. We will also go over the Texas First as well. So that is my piece of this update. And I think Leah was going to also kind of talk more on the policy side, and I was giving the update more on the operational side of our area.
Yes, I am having major technical issues. So one, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Missed like half of yours to share because my internet keeps going out. So hopefully I'll keep this brief. But we talked about on this particular piece on the SFAP programs update that we'll try and start focusing on the different areas of our division now. So again, because Deshay oversees operations, which is a huge piece that affects the institutions with everything you do, she's going to give you more of those pieces. But then since I oversee policy now, trying to keep y'all informed on what do we have cooking in the kitchen kind of idea. What do we have going on? What's in the pipeline? So that's where I'm going to provide a quick update for today. So one of the things that we've been doing for policy is trying to make sure people are aware of the rule recommendations we're making. So after this last legislative session, we had a historic amount of changes. So we've been rapidly updating rules through multiple chapters of the Texas Administrative Code. So a lot of those changes have gone through from last October and January, and we have another round in April that is about to get adopted. So I just wanted to quickly touch on those. And then July, what will happen is anything that we're proposing in July is going to go out to the Texas Register. And one of the things that Deshay and I have been doing is partnering to make sure that institutions are aware of what is posted in the register. So when those go out, you will have an opportunity to provide public comment. And that is what is used for us to make sure that we're not doing anything inadvertently that we didn't consider. So that process for July is coming up. I'm going to tell you the date. Let's see. The comment period for July is from April 26th to May 25th. They have not been posted yet because it won't occur until that April date. But we will be notifying institutions through our normal channels to let you know which rules they are and which which changes we're proposing. So keep an eye out for that. April's board meeting is coming up very quickly at the end of April. And so the ones that affect the institutions, we have an adoption for the TPEG program to remove the guideline requirement. So annually, y'all are sending us a copy of your guidelines. Recently in the legislative session, they did away with that requirement in the rider that it had been in for years and years. So now that that is gone, we no longer have to collect that. So it's one less thing. That doesn't mean that you don't have to have them. You do need to have a procedure and you need to have some kind of structure to your TPEG program and meet all the statutory requirements. It's simply the collection of those guidelines from the coordinating board that's going away. It's also not eliminating that state campus-based report that y'all love so much, where you report, you know, that you're still doing that. We'll continue to review procedural items that are impacted by statutory changes, but right now it's just the guidelines. The other program that has rules being adopted in April, the TASP program. So there's some modifications that were made to the promissory note obligations, some of the wording within there. There weren't a lot of changes, but because it was a statutory update to that program, we then did that alignment in our rules. And let's see. Those are the two main ones that affect state financial aid programs that y'all administer. There are some other changes, such as to some clarification in the collection of tuition and fees in Chapter 21. There was a update to one of our loan repayment programs, which is our Math and Science Scholars Program. And then there was some updates to the Texas Leadership Research Scholars Program. Unfortunately, I'm not going to go through all those with y'all today. I just wanted to at least let you know, one, that rule changes are going to become much more transparent because of the work that Deshae and I are doing to try and keep people informed. I do encourage people, go read the rule changes. We've seen a huge uptick in comments coming through, which is fantastic. That's not something that we've historically seen. And I think it's because people didn't always know either what the changes were or they had already passed. And so it was kind of too late. So we're trying to be very proactive with this so that you have a voice. You can make sure that you keep us informed of any potential impacts. So that is huge. And we've been talking about the possibility of putting something on our webpage to then focus in on just the state financial aid rule changes, because a lot of times the agency sends out all the rule changes that affect everything in our codes, but we're trying to hone in on the ones that would affect things like Texas grant and your exemption waivers, your loan programs, anything like that. So that is future facing. So maybe by next meeting, we'll have another update on that. But we'll put in the notes the upcoming dates that the rules are going to be released for July. But again, the dates are April 26th and May 25th. But because they have not gone and been posted yet, I'm not going to go through the ones that we have proposed because there's always a potential that that could change. So just keep an eye out for the notification. On that note, questions I can answer, recommendations on policy items that y'all want to bring up to make me aware of?
Lee, I just wanted to add that most of the items that we talked about, we do try to keep our Stay Connected and our SFAP landing page up to date. So when we do send out notifications or alerts, we try to put it on the landing page, such as the rules that are being proposed and the comment dates. So you can find that on our student financial aid webpage that will also link to the notice that was sent out for those proposed rules. So in the event you didn't see the actual notification come through, if you have not signed up to be on our notification system, I highly recommend for those who may be watching, or to encourage your staff to do so, because we do try to send out notifications to do that as well. The only time we try to send things directly to directors if we know that we need only the directors of financial aid to have input, and that would be more of like the intent to participate or viewing the allocation calculations that we've set up. But outside of that, we try to be more transparent to all staff who we have an email address on file for our notification system. And we're also going to update that notification form to make it a little easier for people to complete.
All right. Thanks, Deshay. Any other comments or questions for Deshay right now? All righty. Thank you so much, Deshay, as usual, for your excellent info. All right, guys. Last thing is just to kind of make sure you remember that if you have topics that you want us to cover in a future meeting, please let me know that now, or you can always email myself or Leah or Renee and, let us know if you have an idea. It doesn't have to be a fully fleshed out idea. It's okay if you just be like, hey, can we do something about random topic, then we will do the work to try to figure out, who should talk to us about that and get them all squared away. So I'm not asking for you to do all that work, just want your ideas, just want your brainstorms. So if you think of things that you think would be great for this group to discuss or learn about, please let us know.
I have a shameless plug too, to ask. If you go to a conference or someone comes to your institution and it's like the one that Dee provided earlier, where you're like, wow, that's not necessarily directly related to financial aid, but I feel like my colleagues may benefit. We're always looking for kind of professional development opportunities because we all don't have time during the day to go do online learning or go to conferences. And so this is also a chance to learn some tools, learn some things, reconnect with stuff other than financial aid and FAFSAs and stuff like that. So Millette recently went to a conference and, found out this great presentation. So that kind of stuff. So if you hear something where you feel like others would benefit, I always welcome those too, because they are hard to come by when you're just like trying to look online. Who could we find for a presenter? So let us know.
Yeah. And again, you don't need to contact the presenter. We will do that. Like just literally just send me a message, Millette at TASFA conference, girl from San Jacinto College. Awesome. And I'll go figure it out. Right. I'll go look at the agenda and figure out who that is and call them. And, so, yeah, thanks, Leah. That's a perfect example. Anyway, so let me know if you have brainstorms or thoughts about that. I want to thank everybody, particularly those of you who gave updates today. Our updates were fantastic today, chock full of great information. Erica, you are not alone, my friend. And we can't solve that. We can't solve the problems, but we are in them with you, and we appreciate you being in them with our students. So, so thank you for that. Leah, anything else before we wrap up?
If there is, I'll think of it later. And then
okay, good.
And yeah, no, I don't think we have anything. Just always know that there's an open channel, and you can always reach out at any point. You don't have to wait for a meeting. So.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. All right, somebody, can I have a motion to adjourn our meeting?
Verbally.
Motion to
Erica. Erica, thank you so much. And I need a second, please.
I'll second.
Everybody seconds. Okay, fantastic. Actually, I think Tanya was the one I heard, but there were several of you. So, all right, guys, thank you again. This is a marathon of a meeting a little bit without, breaking in the middle of the day. So I appreciate you sticking with us. Don't forget, Renee will send you an email asking for your expense reports. Don't forget to fill that out, even if you don't have expenses. That's not really what it's about. So fill that out to let them know the time that you spent and things like that. Otherwise, we will see you next time, June 6th. Oh, look, Renee's so smart. She puts it up. June 6th. Again, we'll be on Zoom. So appreciate everybody's time today. Leah, Renee, Rockstar, thanks for everything you do to help us come together.
Thank you, Malay.
Thank you.
Happy spring
Take care,
break.
everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. Thanks again.